All right, hello everybody. We are live. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you, starting here at about 11 o'clock. Wanted to hop on and we will give you some live coverage here as storms, which right now are not severe, but they are strong, are moving into central Texas and they are producing heavy rain. So the main concern, like we've been talking about all week long, is not really the severe weather threat here. It is the potential for heavy rain and flooding really over the course of the entire weekend. We have several rounds of rain coming in, but this is going to be the first round, and this is going to kick off our risk for some flooding. So I've got the Facebook pulled up, Twitter, YouTube, all of it. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, or if you have any reports through tonight, we'd really appreciate it if you guys could chime in. I see Christina is watching right now in Burnett, and that is a good spot to begin with as we have storms which are right now over the hill country. In fact, some rain out ahead of the main storms developing right around Burnett. So here's the situation where from Fredericksburg up to Enchanted Rock into Llano, we have heavy rain and storms. Again, not severe, but let's check out the hail potential just to make sure we don't have anything going on here. Maybe a little bit of very small hail here over northeastern Gillespie County. We'll get zoomed in a little closer on that. That could be east of the Eckerd area. That is not anything that's remotely severe at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. These storms earlier had a history of gusty winds, and we also can't rule out some gusty winds in here with a couple of these storms. Let's go into Llano County, then we'll get into Burnett. Here's the situation right now in Llano, where in town you have heavy rain that will be moving in momentarily. And then back over Burnett, we have these downpours that have developed out ahead of the main line. And those are just getting the party started a little bit early with some rain moving in. So just to show you, and some of this also is developing here just in the past couple of minutes over northwest Travis, but for the most part things are still quiet across the immediate metro. But give it another 2-3 hours and we're going to have some rain moving in. Now the timing as far as the arrival has actually sped up, where we were thinking it might not be until midnight that these things make it into the hill country. Well, guess what? It's 11 o'clock and they are already here. What could happen, though, and what we'll need to watch for, is if these things slow down. That could impact the timing, first off, but also if we get these things slowing down with training thunderstorms and heavy rain, well, that just further increases our flood risk. And then one more time to show you the bigger picture, we'll watch this activity down here too, which is southwest of San Antonio. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning there. We do technically have a severe thunderstorm watch for Gillespie County and for Blanco County until 2 a.m. But again, everything for now is under severe limits, and that is not the main concern. Here's our flood watch, which went into effect at 7 p.m. this evening and will continue through at least 8 p.m. on Saturday. I say at least, I would say it's pretty likely that this gets extended at some point into Mother's Day. A pretty widespread 3 to 6 inches of rain, and isolated pockets could be as high as 8 to 10 inches. So I see we've got some comments coming up here on Facebook. Let's go into the models. Let's talk timing. Excuse me. Let's talk timing, and then we will. It's an early night. Going to have to get my voice taken care of. We'll talk timing, and then we'll get into some of the reports here, and then also have a few interesting tools that will break out tonight. We'll get into some of the LCRA data coming up here in just a few moments. So latest high-res model, we'll look at this together. This is the model that updates every hour, so I've not seen this new run. Let's back up here to the beginning, and we'll go through this. It is showing that and even because the storms have gotten here a little ahead of schedule, I still think the models are struggling a little bit and are a little behind with the timing. But showing by 1 a.m., we've got expanding rain and downpours essentially along and west of I-35. And for Austin, based on how this is playing out, I'm looking at 1 to 2 a.m. I think as this stuff is starting to move into the metro. Let's keep going. Here's 3 a.m. into 4 a.m. We get heavy rain and storms along and east of I-35 at that point as we get into early Saturday. And then we need to watch if this kind of sits on the brakes for a little while and we get training of thunderstorms and heavy rain, which is essentially what this model is showing. Early Saturday morning, 6 a.m., 6:30, 8 a.m., still rain, maybe getting into a little bit of a lull here as we get into the mid to late morning. But then we could have new rain and storms developing. Could have new rain and storms developing as we get into the afternoon on Saturday. So that's the latest model data. Again, here's another one of our model runs that we have been watching. This one has a little bit more rain sticking around into the early afternoon on Saturday. We get a little bit of a break, I think, for tomorrow evening and tomorrow night. The atmosphere recharges a little bit, and then we get another round of rain and storms, which is coming up for Mother's Day. So here is noon Mother's Day, and especially for areas that are already saturated. We'll see how things go tonight. If we get that to coincide with areas that get a bunch of rain tonight, well then, we could be dealing with continued flooding issues on Mother's Day. Speaking of, here are some of the rainfall projections. This is just one model, and I'm showing you this not to say this is exactly the amount of rain that you will see and this is exactly where the heaviest rain will be, but I'm showing you the potential where just about all of us have at least 1 to 3 inches of rain. Most of us will be between 2 and 6 inches of rain. But this model is showing the potential where there could be pockets that we are looking at, that see anywhere from 4 to maybe 8 to 10 inches of rainfall. If we're looking at 2 to 4 inches, well, there could be some minor flooding issues, certainly, but that's beneficial rain we need. Once we start getting 6 inches plus, that's where more significant flooding issues will be possible. And again, that's the type of atmosphere that we're dealing with here, with just all sorts of rain coming in. Here's the full picture radar. Just to show you this big complex of storms, we do have downstream some severe warnings southwest of San Antonio, and also watching a flash flood warning down closer to the border there. Let's get into some of the comments here. Lizzie is watching from Canyon Lake. I see Dennis is tuning in for Kingsland. When will it get to Dripping Springs? Okay, let's talk more about some timing here. Let's actually do a storm track. So let's get in on the radar. And the timing is going to be a little bit tricky because, as you see, here's kind of the main batch, but we also have new activity developing out ahead of that. This main batch, though, is moving east at about 25. So let's get into the details with that. Here, give me 1 second. I'm double checking something here on my end with our streaming going on. Interesting. I'll have to go back and check that. Hey, while I was doing that, we just got some new information for Gillespie County. Let me do the timing before I get into that, but we just had a flood advisory issued for Gillespie County. That is, again, minor flooding, and that will kind of kick off our flooding risk for tonight. Okay, what we're doing, timing here. So this is going to be kind of generalized timing for kind of this leading edge, but again, if you get out, need to draw that again. Sometimes, disregard that. Sometimes our computers can be a little bit funky here when you start trying to draw the squall line like this. So here we go. That's better. Moving east, about 25. There we go. So here's looking at some approximate timings. Bakersmith 11:09 here in the next couple of minutes. Stoles 11:10, Stonewall 11:14, LBJ Ranch about 11:17, Sunrise Beach Village 11:23, 11:25 for Granite Shoals, Cottonwood Shores 11:31, Marble Falls 11:35, and Burnett we're looking at about 11:39 for your timing. Okay, let's get to the new update here for Gillespie County and Llano County. A flood advisory has been issued. This is our first of the evening, and I am assuming this will not be the last. Let's loop this, and let me read the text of the warning here. Okay, they are saying, here, let me, making sure I get the flood advisory, not the watch. Generally, these are issued when you have 1 to 3 inches of rain. Matthew says the Austin Rain Dome is about to get its face kicked. Yeah, I don't think the rain dome is going to hold this time. Let me get into the National Weather Service chat and I'll read this flood advisory for you. All right, here's what they're saying. A portion of south central Texas, including the following counties, Gillespie and Llano, until 2:30 a.m. Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause small stream flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are expected. Additional rain will result in minor flooding. Some areas that will experience flooding include Llano, Castell, Oxford, Prairie Mountain, Enchanted Rock, Crabapple, Valley Spring, Eckert, Willow City, and Babyhead. Babyhead is a new one. I cannot say I've heard of that. Let's get in on our radar estimates, though, and see what the radar is showing here as far as what has already fallen in this zone where the advisory has been issued. There's a 1.7, 0.9, 0.5, 0.2, and then you get back here into Dawson, you get some totals that could be more along the lines of 1 to 3 inches. Speaking of, I want to try something out here real quick. I'm going to punch up our monitor over here. Microphone is still on, and I'm going to walk over here and we'll analyze some of the LCRA totals from the LCRA Hydromet. All right, so here we are, and we will get kind of focused in over here across the hill country, which is where most of the rain has fallen. I believe that these should be refreshing, so I'm going to just make sure we've got the most recent stuff here. These are all the gauges. So this is not radar estimates. This is rain that has actually fallen, but that also means the gauges are not always where the bullseye of the rain has been. But one that I'm seeing here in Gillespie County, this is 8 miles northeast of Harper. This is a gauge that is now up to 0.84 inches of rain, and over the past 7 days has had 1.72 inches of rainfall. Now, the flood advisory, we'll zoom in here, was in kind of this general area, northern Gillespie County into Llano County, and some of these gauges are not yet reporting anything too drastic here. I'm wondering, we might need to refresh our page here too as well, but this is something that we'll be watching for you through the rest of tonight as we continue to see rain falling here. I'm trying to see if there's a way, if we update this, if it's going to update our numbers. I might need to go back there and refresh the computer, but either way, something that we'll be watching for you through tonight as rainfall totals continue to add up. All right, I'm gonna walk back over here to a regular computer, and we'll get punched back up over here. Make sure nobody has any questions in the chat. Sherry, TJ, I appreciate it. Sherry now getting some rain in Cedar Park. So we've got the main line of storms, or the main batch of storms, I should say, which is over Llano County and Gillespie County. But out ahead of that, we've got this new little band that is developing over northwest Travis around Laga Vista. Let's head on out to our Skycams and let's go over to Lake Travis or maybe even Concordia. See if we can find a couple of raindrops. Let's go cam 23 here. Here's our Oasis cam. It's dark, you know, it's hard to see what exactly is going on. But we do have out around the Laga Vista area, we have some showers. The showers right now are probably going to be a little bit northwest of this vantage point. But we appreciate everybody letting us know what you have seen. And by the way, if you have any pictures, rain pictures, flooding pictures at any point this weekend, you can submit them in the KVUE app using the Near Me feature. That's actually a really easy way for us to get them on air. I'm keeping an eye on that to see if anybody is using the Near Me feature. When you have storms that move in at night, though, you're probably not going to get a bunch of pictures. All right, I'm going to pull up over here. Let's pull up the LCRA Hydromet on my, and I don't think those numbers were updating. There's another way that I can punch that up, though. Here we go. Nope, they were updated. Yeah, just in the process of getting some of that heavy rain out there across the hill country. Still, the biggest I'm seeing is that 0.84, which is in Gillespie County there near Harper. Christina says, first sight of lightning, Georgetown, 29 and 35 north at the frontage road. Jeanette says, looks like everything is disappearing before it gets to us. It's not going to disappear. Again, this is it's going to be kind of a slow-moving system. There's going to be several waves of rain, and just to show you, even if that stuff over Llano County kind of fizzles or moves north of Austin, look at this. There's still all sort of rain that's still back down closer to the San Antonio area. So all of us are going to get rain at some point through tonight, but it might take a little bit longer for some areas rather than others. And again, just to show you some of the model data. Oh, let's see. Here's a new, before I do that, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning that was just expanded into parts of the San Antonio metro. That will be one to watch if it continues. That could make it into maybe Blanco or Hays County later on tonight. So latest data, again, is showing that this rain is expanding eastward across our area as we get into tonight. So for Austin, it could be that there's still another 2-3 hours before the most widespread stuff moves in. Again, it's going to be a long night of watching the radar. Here's 3:30 a.m. Still into 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We have a lot of rain around, especially along and east of I-35. And then we may get into a little bit of a lull as we get into late day tomorrow. Our flood watch, again, is set to go through 8 p.m. on Saturday. But it may be extended if it needs to be into portions of your Mother's Day. Let's see, I'm going to pull up, I've been looking at the Facebook. I'm going to pull up the YouTube stream, the Twitter stream, see if anybody has questions. Here's the 7-day forecast. Again, the flood risk is going to continue Saturday and into Mother's Day, but I do see some drier weather in our future as we get into next week. The only immediate flooding concern that we have is the potential for some minor flooding with this flood advisory, which includes parts of northeastern Gillespie and Llano counties. 1 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen in much of that area, and heavy rain continues to fall. I'm pulling up our YouTube stream. I've got to watch an ad first. I can skip here in 5 seconds. There we go. All right. Jennifer says sky's starting to light up with lightning in Granite Shoals. If you guys have any lightning pictures or rain pictures or anything, again, you can send them to us using the Near Me feature on the KVUE app. Or another way where you can do that, you can just tweet them to me at Hunt_WX, and I can pretty easily show them that way as well. Let's see, I'm going to pull up the old Twitter here and see if we have any comments there, or if we've got any reports coming in. People still asking me about the Austin Rain Dome. We're going to get some rain here in Austin tonight. I do not think that the Rain Dome is going to hold. Looks like we're good on the Twitter side too. I do not see any questions, comments, or concerns there as well. So that new severe thunderstorm warning down in the San Antonio area, let me show you that. This will be one to watch. This is a big wind producer. And if this holds together, you see the way that it's moving, it could be a factor later on tonight for Blanco County, maybe parts of Gillespie County, or even Hays County. So that will be one to watch. Again, we're going to have kind of waves of rain and storms. It's going to be a long stretch of wet weather as this kind of slow-moving system rolls through. But if you just kind of trace this forward again, eventually into parts of Blanco County could be in the mix, maybe into Hays County as well. So we will watch that. Severe weather, not the main concern. Let me read the text here. I'd imagine they're looking at the wind threat. Yep, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail is what they're watching. There's another flood advisory that is filled in south of Gillespie County, and I think we're going to see a lot of these flood advisories issued here through tonight. Some of the radar estimates here. yet quickly filling in over parts of Llano County where that flood advisory was issued. A 1.6, 1.4. There's a 2.2 there over northern Gillespie County, just to pick out some of the high points here, and we'll fill in. Where we're certainly getting a quick 1 to 3 inches for many areas as this stuff is rolling in. And still rain is falling. And you know, we've been talking about this all week. We obviously need the rain, especially in the areas that are seeing it right now. Going over to the drought monitor, Gillespie County, Blanco County, seeing torrential rain right now. They're dealing with top-level exceptional drought. So I'm glad that we're getting rain, but it is just going to be one of those weekends where one of those nights where we've got to watch the flood threat as well. Let's see, I'm looking over at the LCRA site to see if we're getting any updated numbers. I'm going to take this full for one moment here, and I'll loop this, and I'm going to walk over here and get our touch monitor all situated. We'll try that again. And again, we appreciate everybody who's tuning in with us. We do not have any active flash flood warnings. We do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have heavy rain and storms that are moving through the hill country as we speak. And these are going to be moving into the metro later on tonight. Now, again, it may still be another few hours before we get the brunt of this into the I-35 corridor and the metro, but as this stuff moves through, it is going to continue to bring the risk for some flooding. All right, I've got our map updated over here, so here in a moment we'll head back over to the big board and we'll mention some of the totals coming in. Kimberly says, what is the rain dome? Does anybody in the comments want to explain the rain dome? The rain dome, look, it doesn't really exist. It's kind of a pop culture reference, I guess, where rain always seems to miss Austin. In reality, that's not really the case. The National Weather Service actually made a tweet about this a few days ago. But the rain dome is the idea that storms always kind of fizzle on approach to Austin, but I do not think that's going to be the case tonight. Roxy says showers starting, Springdale and 290. Holly just saw some lightning in Lakeline, yet where we do have some lightning now, and let's see. It's a note from the National Weather Service. They're canceling one of the severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south. Here over northwest Travis, out ahead of the main line, we have these downpours that are going up near Laga Vista. Yeah, so if you're around Lakeline or Leander, you probably could see some lightning off in the distance from these. In fact, we can get into our double box here and we'll show you some of the just doing a little editing here in our streaming situation. Let's go change this to Cam 4. There we go. So now we will have some Skycams to look at. This is our Oasis cam. Let's head on over to Concordia. Here is Concordia University. Hang on for a moment there, see if we've got any lightning that pops up. We could also do Round Rock and get it pointed out. Earlier, the Kalahari cam. We got fireworks there at the Dell Diamond after the Express game. So we'll keep watching that for you as some stuff is popping up over northwest Travis. The most widespread activity, though, is still back west across the hill country. This is the activity that we are watching. We have heavy rain right now over Llano County, and that is where some minor flooding could be ongoing already. We do have that flood advisory, which includes Llano County. Ashley tuning in. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, you guys are certainly getting the rain and thunder up there in Lampasas. Matthew says geographic and topography stuff matters. Look, not trying to say there's nothing to it. You know, the escarpment obviously can have a role on our weather here locally, but generally it's not a real thing. What time is the line projected to arrive in the metro? Yep, let's talk about it. Before we go into the models, I want to just show you the timeline here, as these are kind of going about like this at 25. So that would take it by midnight into places like Bertram. For Austin, I'm still thinking it's 1 to 2 a.m. probably at the earliest. Here's what our models are showing. Here's 2 a.m. This model might be a little bit slow, but again, I think 1, 2 a.m. this is getting close to the metro, if not a little bit after that. And then we continue even behind the initial line to see more rain and storms coming in throughout the overnight into tomorrow morning. All right, let's try this again. We'll head back over to the big board here and we'll talk about some of our totals. We have a garage sale at 8 a.m. in Northwest Austin. I think it's still going to be pretty damp and not great weather for that. All right, let's head on over here, see some of the updated totals that we are looking at, which again are certainly higher right now across parts of the hill country. I'm realizing this is probably pretty small to look at, so we'll zoom in. The gauges here are still kind of closing in anywhere from a ½ inch to an inch for parts of Llano County. Some of the radar estimates are a little bit higher, but here's Sandy Creek near Willow City at 0.78 inches now. Up here near the Riley Mountains, it's 11 miles south-southeast of Llano. Looking at about 1/3 of an inch right now. By the way, had just like incredible pictures sent in there during our ice storm back a few months ago. Right in town in Llano, our official gauge there showing a quick 0.37 inches. I would imagine that is going to tally up here in a very short amount of time. Just a few of the totals that we're watching right now from our LCRA gauges. And here's one over Gillespie County, which might be our first sensor to top an inch. Has a 1.84 inches over the past 7 days at a 0.96 right now there in Gillespie County. So these are some of the totals that we're watching right now. Again, we have the one flood advisory that's in this zone, northern Gillespie County into Llano County. There's also another flood advisory down here, so it's possible we could see some more of this kind of fill in over more southern parts of Gillespie County at some point. These areas, of course, really need the rainfall. Over the past several weeks, we have had several rounds of rain and storms, but still dealing with that top-level exceptional drought. So appreciative for the rain, absolutely. But we are going to have to watch that flooding potential through the weekend as well. Kimberly, lightning above HEB on Williams Drive in Georgetown. Come on back over here to the radar, where you can see on the big picture this just big complex of storms. And then we're especially watching this activity down here on the southwest side of San Antonio. This is got some wind with it, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And if that holds together, that could be a factor for Blanco County. But also it's got heavy rain with it. So we've already got 1 to 3 inches over parts of Gillespie County, according to some of the radar estimates. If that kind of trains through some of those areas, that may ramp up the flood risk as well. Let's see, a note from the National Weather Service. Yep, they're just saying some of these storms are strong to severe. In addition, heavy rainfall is occurring. Absolutely. Here's a question that I'm getting on Twitter. Is this system going to impact the whole weekend / Mother's Day plans, or is it just tonight? Let's talk about the rest of the weekend. I'll show you the weekend forecast as a whole. You are very likely to see rain at some point, both tonight, tomorrow and on Mother's Day. A 90% rain chance tomorrow. That's especially early in the day, and 80% on Sunday. But it is not going to be raining constantly all weekend long. I do think there's going to be some extended stretches where you get a couple of hours of dry weather, but we're going to have several rounds of rain and storms through the weekend. Just to show you how one of our models is handling it. Pull this up, which again has this round coming through tonight, lingering into tomorrow morning, especially early in the day tomorrow. We've got additional rain and storms into the early afternoon, a little bit of a lull tomorrow, late afternoon into the evening. I think tomorrow night is looking pretty quiet. And then for Sunday, here is midday Mother's Day, more rain and storms moving up. But again, that's not rain necessarily constantly all day, but it's not going to be a great weekend overall for outdoor plans. I recommend indoor plans. Indoor plans. We'll head back over to the radar. Checking in on the stream on Twitter and on YouTube, making sure we don't have any questions there. So the only alert that we have right now is the flood advisory here, which goes until 2:30 a.m. for Llano, Gillespie counties. And then ahead of that, we've got new rain developing farther eastward into Burnett County and now into parts of Blanco County. Just looking at some of the radar estimates in this zone. Let's get in with the accumulations, and anywhere where you start getting into the greens, that's going to be 1 to 3 inches of rain. 1.6, 2.1. 1.4 there in that zone. We've got another area here around Doss that's picked up a quick 1 to 2 inches plus of rain. North of Enchanted Rock, 1.4. But then in the blue, you start to fill in with some of these lighter totals that are, going to be probably a 1/4 inch up to 3/4 of an inch, more along those lines. One of the other tools that we'll be using and watching through tonight, if needed, is the river levels. And right now you're going to see only green dots, everything in pretty good shape. In fact, here we can clean this up a little bit. We'll turn off the sites that are not reporting. We'll save this as a new element. But for now, everything in the green. So if you were to go in here and look at the Llano River, all this stuff still in the green near Hedwig's Hill. In Atlanta, still in the green. Everything all good and all green for now. But then if you remember back the other day, we had quite a bit of rain down in this zone, stuff that was feeding into the rivers closer to Victoria. So you can see still there's some river flood warnings there, and the gauges there are still in at least minor flood stage in some spots. We had a few of those that were in moderate to a major flood stage back the other day. Brian says, is there any hail being reported with this line? Very little to no hail. Let's go over to the hail tracker. And we're just seeing very little hail. Mainly, even the storm that's severe, it's mainly a wind risk rather than a hail risk. Scanning around here, a little bit of light gray up here north of Lake Buchanan. Bluffton, Tau. Some of these areas, maybe some very small hail. I don't see a big hail risk. Again, technically, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch for Gillespie and Blanco. That would not really be due to the hail risk. It would be due to more of a wind risk, but primarily it is a flood threat that we are watching. Speaking of, here's the updated flood outlook for tomorrow. I see the greatest flood potential tomorrow early in the day, in the morning. We do have that moderate risk, the level 3 risk for flooding which includes Georgetown and Round Rock and Austin and all of these areas. And again, just to show you what some of the model data is hinting at, we don't want to treat this as a de facto, this is exactly what's going to happen, but here's one model's take on our rainfall through the weekend, where just about all of us are, 2 to 5 inches of rain, but this model is picking up on a corridor which it thinks will be Caldwell County, Bastrop County, Lee County of anywhere from 5 to 9 inches of rain. Now, it's not a guarantee that it sets up exactly in that spot, but it tells us, yes, there is that potential where somewhere there could be as much as 8 to 9 inches of rain. Might not be in this exact location, but somewhere there could be that much rainfall. This is kind of a more generalized look at the rainfall potential, kind of smoothing things out, where again, most of us are from 2 to 6 inches of rain with isolated pockets that could be 8 to 10 inches. Haley says, any specific areas prone to flooding that we should look out for? You guys know your neighborhoods. I mean, the spots that typically flood, y'all know them where you live. We need to continue to be mindful of the streams and the creeks and all that stuff this weekend. So here's kind of like the 3 points we've been telling you. Number one, have a way to get alerts. We obviously recommend the KVUE app. Turn around, don't drown. This weekend is not the weekend where you want to risk it and be, driving into standing water. Does not take very much water to sweep away a car. Just don't risk it this weekend. And then plan ahead for the creeks, streams, and rivers. We showed you just a moment ago, everything in good shape right now. We've been so dry. I think the soil is going to absorb a lot of this water, but if we get excessive runoff, some of those areas down in the creek bed, close to the creek beds and the stream beds, we will need to watch. In fact, I'll play this for you guys real quick, and we'll just take a very small break here. City officials are working on clearing out the culverts and, the creek beds, making sure there's not debris and stuff left in them, based on some of the rain that we've had earlier this month. I know in my neighborhood, I walk past the streams, there's just limbs and all this stuff in there, and of course that can kind of clog things up more than needed. I'll play this for you real quick just to show you that city officials through this week have been kind of planning ahead and clearing out some of that stuff. So let me
West Austin.
Cut to this, and you guys can listen in on this for a moment.
Plans in place for this weekend of heavy rainfall.
Yeah, that's right, Brian and Ashley. Austin Travis County EMS is deploying 2 local boat crews, and then they're sending 1 to South Texas to prepare for these flood responses this weekend. Austin Fire Department is also preparing an additional boat team that's going to start at 8 p.m. tonight. Now, ATC EMS's Swiftwater boat team has been training on Lake Austin earlier this week for the storms. The rescue paramedics on the team are a combination of volunteers on their days off and people currently on duty. For each local boat, they will have 1 driver and 1 bowman. The Swiftwater boat squad that they sent to South Texas also has 2 boats with a team of 2 boat operators, 2 bowmen, and a squad leader. And even though EMS will be fully prepared for all the rescues, they encourage people to exercise extreme caution this weekend so they don't have to rescue them.
If the roadway is covered with water, please don't drive on it. It's very deceiving just by appearances, and so we want you to turn around, don't drown, as we say. Use extreme caution, pay attention to your surroundings and the weather.
AFD also has similar plans. They will have up to 50 with 20 Swiftwater trained personnel staff for the weekend from their normal resources, and the other will be from callback. Now, the main message of these emergency crews is turn around, don't drown. See water on a roadway, no matter how shallow you think it is, don't risk it into this weekend. Back to you.
Good advice. That's Malia Masamoto.
That was one of the reports from earlier today by Malia Masamoto. Just wanted to, again, kind of show you some of the precautions that crews have been taking ahead of our flood risk, which is unfolding tonight. Steven says just started heavy rain here in Lake Buchanan. In fact, let me pull up our Skycams too. Here is Kalahari. I think our Oasis was getting some lightning too. Some downpours developing over northwest Travis. Let's go into our Oasis cam. And we will wait a moment. There we go. We've got some lightning there. First visual on lightning for the night. Lake Buchanan, same deal. In fact, much more of it as heavy rain is starting to pass right over the lake. Hopefully we can fill up that lake a little bit here over the next couple of days. Here, what we'll do, let's go with the triple box here. We will leave up the view of some of that lightning. And let's get zoomed in here on parts of Llano County and Lake Buchanan. Well, yep, we've got a heavy rain passing over the lake as we speak. And also a new rain that's developed on the east side of Burnett, heading close to the Bertram area. South of that, we also have heavy rain that is passing into Johnson City now. More heavy rain down here in Fredericksburg. And again, these totals have been adding up. In fact, I see some new information here from the LCRA as the numbers continue to update. So here's what the radar looks like right now. Let's head back over to our LCRA board over here, and we'll see what some of the updated numbers are showing. I see some of the boxes have gone yellow as the numbers have increased. So look at this in the gauge here right in town in Llano, a quick 1.12 inches of rain. This is the zone from Llano County, southern Llano County into northern Gillespie County, where again we have that flood advisory that's been issued. We've got some 1 to 3 inch totals in this area, as you're seeing. That could contribute to minor flooding. That's what a flood advisory is for. That is the step down below our flash flood warning. So no significant issues right now, but we'll need to watch it. Here is another reporting site. This is 6 miles south-southeast of Llano. That reporting site has 1.29 inches of rain, and then this one south of Oxford, that's going to be Sandy Creek near Willow City, is now up to 1.39 inches of rainfall. So this is the zone that has seen the heaviest rain so far. Just to back out the view and show you the situation elsewhere, obviously most of the rain has not made it into the metro just yet. Only very light, a couple hundredths of an inch being reported over Northwest Travis, where some of those downpours ahead of the main line have developed. But interesting to see these totals going up quickly around the Llano area and over central and southern Llano County. I'm looking for some of the other big ones. Here's one in northwest Gillespie County. This is 8 miles northeast of Harper. This has 0.99 inches of rain now, so closing in on an inch there at that location. And that location has 1.87 inches of rain over the past week. So again, just something that we'll watch for you through the rest of tonight. We've got the LCRA Hydromet, just an amazing resource queued up, and we'll be watching these totals very closely for you over the next couple of hours as all this stuff rolls in. Again, if there's anything that we've got plenty of time, if there's anything that you guys want to discuss, any questions that you have, any reports, pictures, let us know. Brian says, good luck everybody. Stay safe out there. Keep up the good work. I appreciate it, Brian. Yeah, again, I'm just kind of staying on with you tonight, just so everybody knows what's going on. Nothing too significant happening right now, but we will continue to track this heavy rain threat for you through tonight. Let's see, we'll head on over here, double box, just so everybody can see the radar as well. And still we're getting some lightning too. Let's go triple box. More questions on Twitter from a Ohio State Buckeye grad. For anybody that doesn't know, I went to Penn State. We won't talk about that. Yeah, NWS saying storm coming to the metro 12 to 3. Yeah, so it's coming up on midnight now. I'm trying to look at the motion. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably going to be 2 a.m.-ish. Yeah, 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. as the stuff is coming into the metro. Again, we've got, ongoing rain over Burnett County, Llano County, now into Blanco County. We'll watch that activity, but then coming up from the south, this big storm up here near Hondo. This is a big wind producer, and we'll see if that if that stays organized. Now, even if it doesn't, what this could do is bring more heavy rain into Gillespie County, into Blanco County, and that could really accelerate the flood risk if it holds together. Just something that we're watching later on down the line, but that is certainly something that could happen. Let's see what the velocities are looking like in here, what kind of wind they're facing. Yeah, it's got big wind in there. They're saying 60-mile-per-hour winds. I know folks are asking about the hail. These are not big hail producers. It's a heavy rain and wind threat primarily. Let's see how much rain is being left kind of in the wake of these storms. Again, the night is young. These totals will continue to increase, but look at this. Here's where one of those flash flood warnings was issued down here close to Crystal City, where the radar is estimating 9.1 inches of rain. That is not in our KVUE area, but that is a tremendous amount of rain. Here locally, the highest totals right now have been over Llano County. Have been here over Llano County. Got a little bullseye there right along 16. Seeing notes from the National Weather Service. They're actually updating that flash flood warning that I just showed you down there closer to Crystal City. But here are some of the updated totals over Llano. Closing in on 3 inches now. 2.9, 1.3, 1.7. Again, this is needed rain. We will segue over to the drought monitor. This area dealing with extreme drought, so good to get some rain here, but there is also the threat for some minor flooding. River levels are still going to be in good shape, but we'll keep a close eye on this through this evening. We're still all in the green here across the hill country, but that's a map that we will be watching very closely for you here through tonight. Here's our big complex of storms rolling in. Any other questions? Again, I'm watching on Twitter and Facebook. If you have any reports or anything you'd like to send in, please let us know. Brenda says thunder in Gerald right now, up there in northern Williamson County. Yeah, you've got some stuff down to your south that's going to be lifting north, again, ahead of the main heavy rain, but you do have some storms and some downpours in the vicinity. Haley hearing some thunder in Leander now. Yeah, National Weather Service here a couple of minutes ago, they're watching that big complex of storms down there closer to San Antonio, watching that potential because that's got some really heavy rainfall rates in it. So as that kind of moves into the I-35 corridor where we're not really rained out, still plenty of instability, that will be something to watch, certainly where that's going to bring that threat for flooding. But as of now, just the one flood advisory, which is Llano County into northern Gillespie County, but there's still much more rain to go through the rest of tonight. Let's see, I'm refreshing our Near Me feature. It's the middle of the night, so I doubt we've got a ton of stuff coming in, but just a reminder, if you've got a rain video or pictures or anything and you can safely send it in to us, the Near Me feature on our KVUE app is a good way to do so. We'll be watching that through tonight, or you can tweet it to me at Hunt_WX or send it in on Facebook. Whatever is easiest for you. Brian says, is there a chance the severe thunderstorm watch gets extended over Travis and Williamson? I think that is unlikely. Again, I don't see a big severe weather threat. Even the storms that have moved into Gillespie and Blanco County, which are under the watch, are not severe right now. Really, the only severe threat I see is this with the wind potential in Hondo. And I think as this kind of catches up to an environment that's already been rained into, it's probably going to be less of a wind threat and more of a heavy rain threat. The short answer is I don't see big severe weather potential for Austin. I see flood potential, but I don't see big severe weather potential. I don't think that's going to be extended into the Austin area, but we'll see. Could surprise me. But Gillespie County and Blanco County are included in that until 2 a.m. tonight, another 2 hours or so on that. But that is a big storm with heavy rain and wind just down to our south, and we'll see if that can hold together and bring some more heavy rain into parts of Gillespie County and Blanco County. What you're looking at here on the top, by the way, is our Oasis cam over Lake Travis, where we've got some lightning, as you can see, from storms that have developed close there ahead of the main round of storms. Those have developed over northwest Travis County. Let's do a little Skycam tour. See if we've got anything else going on. Here's our Kalahari cam. So let's see, we're pointed north. Switch over here so we can control that one. Let's get pointed the other way. There we go. Get pointed back over here to the west where, there we go. We got some lightning in one of those distant downpours, so we'll keep an eye on that. Just keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat as well. So far, we don't have any severe alerts for our KVUE area. We just have that one flood advisory for some minor flooding, which is over parts of Llano County. But as we look at the radar here, it's still raining there, but the heaviest rain, at least, so right in this kind of zone is where some of the heaviest totals have been. Now the heavier stuff is shifting into Burnett County, but there is this new batch of heavy rain here right along the Gillespie-Blanco line into southern Llano. We'll see if that can kind of drift north into some of those same areas that have already picked up 1 to 3 inches of rain. Still, we've got heavy rain right now over the Fredericksburg area and Gillespie County, and some more heavy rain back into Mason. So if we can keep it like this and just get some good locally heavy rain, get a couple of inches and not have significant flooding issues, that would not be a bad thing at all for the hill country. Let's take a look at our models here, and then we'll go back over to the LCRA board. I'm keeping an eye on the totals over there, seeing if we have any new information. We'll go through the timing here on our model data and see if anything has updated. Again, we have the HER model, the high-res rapid refresh, and it updates every hour, so we continue to get new data from that. Here's a new run. Yeah, I don't know that it's got the timing nailed down necessarily, but it's got by 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. heavy rain developing across parts of the metro, east of the I-35 corridor into tomorrow morning. And then this model gives us a good little lull before maybe some more development during the mid to late afternoon. It's just going to be tricky to figure out. We know this big batch of rain is coming in right now. It's going to be tricky after that. Is the atmosphere going to be too worked over? We're going to get a break for a while. Is more rain going to come in? It's just going to be tricky to figure out exactly how that's going to play out. But this round that's moving in now is going to kick off our flood risk. And then if we're adding more on top of that with already saturated ground after tomorrow morning, that's when we could get into some continued flooding issues. What are you guys seeing out there? Anybody seeing anything? I know we've got some lightning reports and stuff like that. But for the time being, mainly just watching this big batch of heavy rain down here closer to San Antonio, and we'll see where exactly that tracks or as that holds together. Let's go back over to the big board. We'll talk about some of the totals showing up here from our LCRA Hydromet. Punch over to this, and we will check out some of the updated numbers. Let's see. Continuing to add up, it looks like this is the zone that's got the most right now. We've got 1.63 inches here, Sandy Creek near Willow City, right along 16. That is the highest rain gauge report we have right now. We do have some radar estimates that are actually up around 3 inches already, but this is confirmed in a gauge 1.63. This one up here in the Riley Mountains, 11 miles south-southeast of Llano, 1.21 inches of rainfall. There north of Eckert, got a 1.19. Oh, here's a new one with some of this heavy rain coming into Blanco County. We've got 1.03 inches of rain there. That is North Grape Creek near Johnson City. And again, so happy that in this portion, you go into central and southern Gillespie County, into the bottom 2/3 of Blanco County. This whole area is in top level exceptional drought. So adding a couple inches of rain here would be good. Again, the caveat being we got to watch that flood risk, but getting some rain in this area is certainly not a bad thing whatsoever. And then one of the other things here that we can watch is, this is where you can just play around on this LCRA site all day, but looking at some of the watersheds in here. So some of the areas that have seen up here in Llano County, you can see which watersheds these are feeding into. So in here, all this stuff, Gillespie County into Blanco County, feeding into Lake Travis, Llano River watershed up in here. It's just, you know, you can play around in here for days and days and days. Very interesting always to see how our Highland Lake system works. And then again, on the broader perspective, this is the Lake LBJ basin up here in Llano County that goes into northern Gillespie County as well. And then this is kind of the Lake Travis basin. Again, just kind of cool. We'll play around with this through the rest of this evening. And I'll get you back to the normal view here, and we'll head back on over to the radar. No significant flooding right now. We're just watching some totals that are between 1 and 3 inches over parts of Gillespie and Llano counties, and now into parts of Blanco County. So that will be a map that we come back to frequently through this evening. Here's the radar. Raquel says Northwest Austin getting this rain and thunder. Yeah, let's focus in on Northwest Austin because the heaviest stuff is still not into Austin yet. But we do have some activity that's developed out ahead of that in Northwest Austin that is bringing some thunder and some lightning. Really now this is kind of west of Leander up near Liberty Hill. So our Liberty Hill friends, we've got a little pocket there of some heavy rain between Liberty Hill and Bertram right there along 29. This again is out ahead of the more widespread stuff. Burnett, want to give you a heads up. Got a heavy rain over Buchanan Dam. It is heading into town. So you're going to get into some really heavy rain here in a moment. None of this stuff is severe. Folks have been asking about the hail risk and all of that. Again, maybe there's some very small pockets of small hail there in Blanco County, but this is not a big hail risk. Radar estimated accumulations continue to trend higher. Especially here in Llano County and northeastern Gillespie County. .4, 1.9, 2.8. Again, we've got that LCRA gauge in that kind of general area that's up over an inch now. Outside of that gauge, there could be, the gauge is in one spot. There could be some areas close by seeing as much as 2.8 inches of rainfall. 1.5, 1.2. Let's check out some of these totals a little farther back this way. This will be kind of the next zone to watch, I think. Well, let's see what the rain is looking like here. Yeah, the rain not terribly heavy over this zone, but here near Kerrville, we do have this pocket. It's gotten 2.4, 1.7, 1.9. Some good rainfall out here in areas that need it. top level exceptional drought and extreme drought in these locations, so they will certainly take the rain. River levels will very likely still be in perfectly fine shape, but this is just another one of those kind of interesting maps, an interesting little tool we have, so we'll be watching that carefully for you through this evening as heavy rain and storms continue to roll up. This is still a big storm, which is on the west side of San Antonio, heading into Bandera now, close to Hondo, with a 60-mile-per-hour wind potential, and that thing's kind of slowing down too. So that's going to bring a flood risk also. And again, we're going to watch that. If that starts moving into Gillespie County and Blanco County, some areas currently getting rain, we'll need to keep a close eye on it. Also, I'm seeing some lightning from our Kalahari cam. Little low-hanging cloud there, kind of interesting. That's the view from Round Rock, where maybe you're trying to sleep and most of the rain's not here quite yet, but you're hearing some of that thunder and lightning off in the distance. Leave that up in the top right of your screen. We'll get into the accumulations, see what kind of rain this thing is dropping. You can see in its wake some very impressive totals. Certainly a quick 1 to 2 inches. And if we start adding that onto some of our 1 to 3 inch totals, again, that's where you start to move from flood advisory territory into maybe some flood warning issues. But so far, so good. We just have those flood advisories, but it's going to be, a long night as this slow-moving, lumbering system works through. And just to show you kind of the broad, look at all this. And I mean, there's still rain developing back here over northern Mexico off the higher terrain, so there is plenty of rain yet to be had. Haley says, sent in video of lightning in Leander on Facebook. Let's check it out. I'll get it pulled up here. Again, we really appreciate everybody who sends in videos and pictures to us. There's a few ways you can do it. You can send it in to us on Facebook. You also can use the Near Me feature on the KVUE app. I'm refreshing that to see if anybody sent us anything. Still nothing on the Near Me feature. All right, let's go into the Facebook messages, see what we can find up here. As I'll leave you with the radar stream. All right, here's the video. Let's get this pulled up. I'm see if I can take this full here. I'm going to zoom in. There we go. So here we go. This is the video that Haley was talking about, and again, we appreciate everybody sending us info. Off in the distance, you can see, yeah, check that out, some good lightning there. And none of this stuff is severe. There's heavy rain, there's lightning. The only severe warning right now is what's on the southwest side of San Antonio, and that's a wind threat. We don't have big hail potential with any of these storms tonight. It's mainly a heavy rain risk. Thank you, Haley, for sending that in. We appreciate it. Let's see if we got any other reports coming in here. Okay, here we go. We got a new note coming in from the Weather Prediction Center, and they're likely going to be highlighting the flood potential for Central Texas. These graphics normally take a little moment to load in, but we will get that queued up for you next. But it's going to be a new statement from the WPC. They're saying flash flooding likely for much of central and southern Texas. It takes a moment for the graphic to load in, so I'm going to give that a second, but we're going to have some new information coming up from the Weather Prediction Center here shortly. But I mean, you can see the way that this is playing out. We've got heavy rain over the hill country, more stuff developing down to the south and southwest. So at some point, especially if we get more of this like south to north motion, we call it training of thunderstorms. There's plenty of heavy rain out there to facilitate the risk for some flooding for us tonight. But so far, we have just a singular flood advisory, which is, we'll zoom in on this, for Llano and northern Gillespie counties. And the heaviest rain for the moment has actually moved out of this area. So I say that. There is some new stuff developing over northeastern Gillespie County and still into Blanco County. So still heavy rain there for sure. All right, let's get the WPC site pulled up here. So they obviously watch things. Here's the graphic. Let's see what this is saying. Scattered areas of flash flooding are likely overnight from showers and thunderstorms, and this is, I'm getting this queued up for you. Here we go. Let's take this. Yeah, so here's the note from them. These maps can be a little bit tricky to read sometimes, I know, but here we are, Austin. This is San Antonio. They kind of highlighted them here. Scattered areas of flash flooding are likely overnight from showers and thunderstorms. We got this moist, unstable, low-level flow off the Gulf of Mexico. We also have some Pacific moisture coming in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So this is a corridor they're watching for scattered areas of flash flooding. Exactly what we have been mentioning. So the Weather Prediction Center watching the exact same thing. And we will certainly keep an eye on it for you through the rest of tonight. Samantha, will there be more rounds of rain tomorrow? Yes. Let me show you some of the latest model data. This is going to be probably the main round of rain tonight into tomorrow morning, but especially through tomorrow morning, we're going to have quite a bit of rain around. Here's the latest high-res data. 2 a.m., between 2 and probably around 2 or 3 a.m. Could have this stuff moving into the Austin metro. Here's 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then as we get into the afternoon, this model only goes out 18 hours, but we've got some more scattered stuff developing. So I think the brunt of the rain is going to be during the first half of the day tomorrow. But after that, let me show you some of the longer range models. This is our extended high-res model, so it's got all the stuff coming through tonight into tomorrow morning. We get into a little bit of a lull late tomorrow into the evening, but then watch this. I do expect more rounds of rain and storms on Sunday, on Mother's Day. Not raining all day long, but a good bet that you see rain where you live. And if that coincides with some areas that are getting heavy rain tonight, then we could run into some additional flooding issues. Let's see, National Weather Service, Austin, San Antonio just issued a new flash flood warning. I believe it's going to be this one. So they're kind of filling in down the line that goes into parts of Uvalde County. See if they continue that trend up the line. And coming up here before too long, we will see what they decide to do with this severe thunderstorm warning, which again is on the west side of San Antonio, if they extend that, or again, maybe it's just a heavy rain risk at this point, less. But it does have some wind in there. That could be a factor for parts of Gillespie County and Blanco County further down the line. All right, so I think what we might do here for a little moment is get you back to just the radar loop. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, and then we're going to leave the stream going, and we'll kind of come back to it as needed through tonight. The Facebook stream I'm probably going to end I'll let it stay on the loop for a little bit. If we want to re-push out to everybody, we will start a new stream. But we'll keep things going on YouTube, on Twitter, and all of that. So we'll keep the stream going. Just going to pop off here for a couple of minutes, grab a water, grab a bite to eat, and we will be back on here with you a little bit later from now. We'll be watching it for you all night long. For now, here's the radar stream. right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams back live with you as we have rain, heavy rain at that, which is rolling into Austin and the I-35 corridor right now. As we get started, just want to be clear, none of this is severe. We do have some flood advisories for minor flooding across the hill country, but we don't have any flash flood warnings, so we're not looking at anything super intense as far as the immediate flood concern, but heavy rain and flooding is going to be the thing that we watch through tonight. So far, it's been a pretty quick 1 to 3 inches out across the hill country, and I expect that will be the case here in Austin as the heavy rain moves in. Alexa's tuning in and is hearing thunder. As you guys tune in, let me know. I'm watching the Facebook chat and the Twitter and all that. So if you have any reports that you would like to let us know about, we'd appreciate it as you guys get tuned in. Up here in the top right of your screen, this is our Kalahari cam in Round Rock with rain and lightning that is now moving in. So let's hop in here on the radar and kind of give you the tour. Again, the leading edge now moving into the I-35 corridor, Austin, Round Rock, Georgetown. Back behind it, it's lighter rain than earlier across the hill country, but still coming down at a decent clip. Okay, let's get zoomed in. Let's start here in Hayes County on the southern end of the line, where Wimberley, you've got heavy rain right now, and I know my friends in San Marcos have been kind of missing out on a few of these recent rounds of rain and storms. Not going to miss out on this one as you've got a heavy rain and lightning, which is coming in. Kyle and Buda, it's going to be the same thing. Okay, here across the metro in Travis County. Now my computer decides to be a little wonky. Come on, there we go. Here in Travis County, here's the situation. We've got heavy rain right now over towards Hamilton Pool, over western portions of Travis County. That is expanding now across the metro and then going up into Round Rock, into Williamson County, into Georgetown. It's more of the same where we've got this heavy rain, which is moving through. As I mentioned, none of this is severe. There is a severe thunderstorm warning down here closer to San Antonio. That is a wind threat. There's not a hail threat here, but I can't completely rule out some gusty winds, especially south of Austin. So we will keep an eye on that. So here's the situation with our flood advisories. We have a number of them back across the hill country. These include Blanco County, southern Burnett County, much of Llano County, northern Gillespie County. Let me show you some of the accumulations here, where again, many areas have seen between 1 and 3 inches of rain. And coming up here in a moment, we will go over to the big board over on the other side of the studio, and we'll walk you through some of the LCRA reports. Christy says thunder in Westlake. Jamie, not a peep or a drop in New Braunfels. Give it another little while here. That's going to change here soon. Heavy rain passed through Coppers Cove about 45 minutes ago. Let's look at some of these totals. The highest that I've seen are over the Gillespie County, Blanco County line. Let's go in for about this area, and I'll cue up some of the numbers. 2.2, the radar estimate there. How about that? 4.1 inches of rain, the radar estimate right on the Gillespie-Llano County line. And any of these greens are going to be between 1 and 3 inches of rain, and that's kind of what we've seen on average from Gillespie County into southern Mason County, into Llano County, and now what has fallen here over Blanco County near the Johnson City area. And this is kind of the deal as this stuff is heading into the Austin metro as well. Let's give you a quick Skycam tour. Ryan is tuning in Circle C and is getting some rain right now. This is our Kalahari cam. Let's switch over real quick to, let's go, here's our tower cam downtown. Obviously looking a little fuzzy as we've got a heavy rain which is moving in. Take you out to Lake Travis right now, which looks like this. A little bit of a light show off in the distance. Let's go to our downtown camera. Here it is downtown. You can see the rain beginning to fall at that location, and that is going to pick up in intensity as this stuff is moving into the metro. And again, I'm keeping an eye here on any of the reports. If you have rainfall reports that you'd like to send in, you can comment them in the Facebook chat. If you have any pictures, you can actually send those in to us using the Near Me feature in our KVUE app, or you can just tweet them to me and I will get them here on the stream. So let's zoom in again across the metro. And if you want kind of a more local forecast for exactly where you live, let me know and we will talk about it. But we're getting some rain. I'm hearing some thunder here in North Austin at our KVUE studios off of Mopac. Let's see. That is a note from the National Weather Service. They're issuing their fire weather outlook. That is not going to be a factor for us tonight, I can tell you that. Alexa says heavy rain in Round Rock right now. Absolutely. Especially out around Bee Cave, getting into the heavy rain right now. Lakeway, Hamilton Pool, Steiner Ranch into Lost Creek. You're looking at our downtown camera where we've got rain moving into central Austin right now, up around the Domain, I-35, Walnut Forest into Wells Branch. And again, this goes up into Williamson County. This is kind of the heaviest batch right now, which is Wimberley up to Dripping Springs into western Travis. And these totals will pretty quickly add up. Again, on the radar estimates, getting that little corridor of 1 to 3 inches dipping down towards Wimberley. And we are very happy to see rain in this area dealing with top level exceptional drought. In fact, we'll take this opportunity. Let me switch you over here and we will talk about some of the LCRA reports. Let's go camera 7. We'll take that. And I'll switch you over here. We're going to go over to our big board shot here and talk about some of the LCRA reports. And I see Madison says heavy rain in Pflugerville. Sharon is watching in Jollyville. Yeah, you guys keep the reports coming. Let me know what you guys are seeing. I'm sure we've got a lot of folks who are waking up right now with loud thunder and lightning and heavy rain hitting the rooftop. So these are the LCRA reports right now. The biggest one I've seen is going to be this here in Blanco County, 2.95 inches. This is North Grape Creek near Johnson City. Again, great to see. This area has 3.25 inches of rain over the past 7 days, dealing with big time drought here. And I would say on average, again, it's between 1 and 3 inches. Here's another 2.13 inch rain gauge report there. Sandy Creek near Willow City. And hopefully we can get some of this flowing into our Highland Lake system as well. So I talked about it earlier, but when you kind of toggle on the drought monitor, that helps to tell the story here, where you see we've got 1 to 2 inches of rain here over Gillespie County into Blanco County, the same area dealing with top level exceptional drought. And then we've got extreme drought, the second highest level that goes into Hayes County, which is getting heavy rain now around the Wimberley area. Good, let's keep the rain coming there into parts of northern Blanco County. And then up here into Llano County, that 2-inch total on Sandy Creek, that's in an area that is in the second highest level of drought. So good to see that we are getting the good rainfall there. Another interesting thing here, you can kind of toggle on and play with the soil moisture. Obviously, for most areas, soil is pretty dry given how the past couple of months have been. Although we have been getting into some rounds of rain, you get into higher soil moisture out east of I-35, in fact, already pretty saturated right now over parts of Fayette County, Lee County, Bastrop County, Caldwell County. So we'll watch that flood risk expanding eastward overnight, especially as we get some more rain falling into areas that are a little bit more saturated. So, yeah, anyways, just playing around here over on the LCRA board, showing you some of the rainfall totals, which are averaging 1 to 3 inches, and that's likely going to be the case here in the metro as this heavy rain moves in. You can see it's the activity Blanco County into Hayes County that's coming into Travis now, and again, you can see those totals are between 1 and 3 inches. So I'll walk back over here. We'll get back to the Facebook chat and our radar and our Skycam network. And like I was saying, if you have anything that you'd like to pass along, Madison wants to be a meteorologist. We'll do it. Come on. Preach it to the choir. Head back over here to our Max computers and I'll get you punched up on the normal looking radar here, where again, heavy rain, Dripping Springs into Wimberley and now into Austin. Again, here's our downtown sky camera where it is starting to come down a little bit more. Lots of folks are talking about the lightning in the Twitter and Facebook chat. You know, the other week we had like 500 lightning strikes over a 30-minute span. Let's do this. Let's see how much lightning we've got here. I'm hearing some thunder here in KVUE as well. 349 strikes being detected there. Joshua's getting the rain in South Austin. Thunder and serious rain right now in Dripping Springs. Absolutely, that's some of the heaviest stuff around Dripping Springs and Wimberley, Hayes County, now into western Travis County. Rachel Blanco had so much rain. Yep, good to see that rain there. Again, I'm not trying to diminish the flood threat. We do have that threat for flooding. We do have minor flooding already ongoing for many parts of the hill country, but that's an area that really, really needs the rain. And yeah, we continue to check in with the National Weather Service. Again, as we're live here, you may be waking up to the sound of some loud storms. You're seeing lots of lightning. None of this stuff is severe. There have been a couple of severe warnings down to our south with that wind threat, but at this point, I don't really expect severe storms here locally, severe as in wind or hail. I do expect locally heavy rainfall, and that's exactly what we have moving in right now. Let's see, I'm checking here on Twitter too, just to make sure we're not seeing any reports, and then what we'll do is we'll get into the model data and see how this could play out through the rest of this evening. I see Mr. Shane Hinton is awake and tweeting. Shane and Grace will be coming in at 3 a.m., so I'll hand things off to them and they will have you covered through the rest of tonight and the morning, I guess, at this point. Annette on Twitter saying any tornadoes? No tornado risk. Like I said, really the entire severe weather risk as far as either tornadoes, hail, or gusty winds, that's very, very low at this point. It's a heavy rain risk for the most part that we are watching. Just one more note before we get into the models here. I do want to show you this from the Weather Prediction Center. They kind of, they'll issue these graphics where they tell us the areas that they're watching, and they are watching the I-35 corridor. So let's get this pulled up. Here, let's zoom in a little bit for you. Nope. Not the most elegant thing. Anyways, you can see the area that they're watching. This is Austin, Waco, San Antonio. They're highlighting this area centered around the I-35 corridor where there could be some flooding issues through this evening. So like we've been talking about, we got that flood watch, which is now in effect, and we'll be watching this for you through tonight. Okay, let's talk about some model data here. Again, here's what the radar looks like. Let's go into the latest run of our high-res model and kind of play things out through the rest of this evening. And I'll take this full so everybody can see it. The models have been struggling a little bit with the exact placement and timing, but it's showing that heavy rain risk continuing and expanding east of I-35 as we get into 3 a.m., 3:30. And then tomorrow morning, especially along and east of I-35, I still think we have a good bit of rain out there, and that flooding risk is going to continue tomorrow morning. As I speak, we have a new flood advisory that was just issued for parts of the metro, so we'll get to that after this. 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, I still think we're pretty rainy, maybe even more rainy than what this model is showing through the first half of the day. We get a little bit of a lull late day. Still some scattered downpours and storms will be possible, but I think late day tomorrow to tomorrow night. A quick break before we do have some additional rain that develops for Mother's Day. Flood watch in effect until at least 8 p.m. Saturday evening, although again that could very well be extended. Okay, let's update you on the new flood advisory, which was just issued. I apologize, I know my phone's going off like crazy, just trying to make sure I don't miss any alerts here. Let's see. May not have popped into our system yet. Let me double check and make sure we're getting this. I'll get into the National Weather Service chat. Yeah, it looks like it is not populated into our system yet. Interesting. Let me double check this. Either way, we do have a flood advisory for minor flooding, which has been issued for the metro. Huh. Very interesting. It is showing up here on my board, but it's not populated into our system here on our weather computer. That is very, very interesting. All right, well, I'll tell you the area that they're watching. Essentially, it goes about like this. It includes Travis and Hayes. And again, the flood advisory means that minor flooding is possible. Generally, this is when 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen, and they expect more rain on top of that. This is when we're looking at low water crossings, you know, some localized street flooding, but not serious issues. It's the step down below. Below the flash flood warning. So I'm reading the text of it here. They're saying at 1:55 a.m., Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause urban and small stream flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are expected over the area. The additional rain will result in minor flooding. Some locations that will experience flooding include Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, San Marcos, Pflugerville, Kyle, Buda, Elgin, Dripping Springs, Wimberley, Tanglewood Forest, ABIA, Anderson Mill, Windermere, Leander, Canyon Lake, Lakeway, Manor, and Laga Vista. So minor flooding possible for those areas and across much of the metro. And just to show you what some of those totals are looking like, here are the radar estimates where we have 1 to 3 inches filling in across the hill country, and those same type of totals are going to be expanding into Travis County here shortly. I am here in the rain here on the roof at KVUE, as we've got rain in North Austin. Let's go back to Round Rock. See what our Kalahari cam looks like. Here is Round Rock. That is looking wet. I'm also going to punch up our roof cam here at KVUE. It's cam 21. Yep, this is the roof here at KVUE. Dark, obviously, but we've got a heavy rain and lightning that's moving in right now. And again, taking you back to the radar, here is a look at that as we've got heavy stuff coming into the metro right now. Thank you for keeping us updated. We live near the San Gabriel River in Georgetown, so we're worried about flooding in the next couple of days. Yeah, it's my job, literally, to keep you updated. We don't want anybody to worry this weekend. Again, hopefully we just get beneficial rain, but, you know, especially for folks like you live in an area that is flood prone with the San Gabriel River there. Just want to make sure we let everybody know that there is at least the potential for some flooding. Sharon, no problem. Cap Fowler says hitting Austin hard. Yeah, I'm hearing it here at the TV studios in Austin, in North Austin. We're off Mopac on Steck Avenue in North Austin. None of this stuff, though, is severe. Just want to be clear about that. But some minor flooding, certainly fair game across the metro now with that flood advisory that has been issued. In fact, let me take this full real quick. I'm going to hop over here. We've got a rain gauge on the roof of KVUE. Let's pull that up and see what kind of rainfall totals we've got going on. And I see Johan, our digital expert, has signed off for tonight. We have Kim, our digital director in charge. Kim, I don't know if you're watching the stream. Hello. I appreciate y'all staying up late with us. Let's see. Okay, let's pull up our ambient weather sensor on the roof. Oh, looks like we might not be reporting right now. That is a shame. Yet to record any rainfall. That is suspicious, given it is pouring rain right now. Well, we won't have the roof cam for this evening, but you get the idea. It is raining heavily outside. And by the way, folks are asking about the river levels. As of now, again, we don't have any pressing issues with our rivers. They need rain, and they are still in good shape. And just to show you our river level tracker, you're going to see a lot of green dots pop up here. If we were to start seeing some yellows and some oranges pop up, that would be us going near flood into maybe minor flood stage. We don't have that for any of our sensors. Now, some local creeks and streams could be flooding in spots. Again, we do have the flood advisories for minor flooding that have been issued, but that is a step down below the warning. Any other questions, reports, anything like that? Let's see if we've got anything on the Near Me section of our app. We do not. For those of you who haven't used it, it's pretty cool. If you go into our app, there's a Near Me section, and you can upload your pictures, and they would get sent into our system. Or you can just tweet them to me at Hunt_WX. Let's see. Let's head back on over and talk about some of our LCRA reports here. I want to see some of the updated information. So let's go. Toss a camera 7 back into our router. We'll go with that. And here, let me walk on over and we'll see what the updated numbers are looking like. Again, we have flood advisories, minor flooding possible across the metro, and then back west into the hill country, essentially most of Gillespie County, all of Blanco County, much of Burnett, and then southern Llano County are included in these flood advisories for minor flooding. And look at some of these totals already over northwest Travis, where closing in on an inch already. Near Lakeway, got 0.79 inches of rainfall there. Up here, there's a 0.4 Cow Creek near Laga Vista, 0.69 right in town there in Laga Vista. And then you can see some of these totals across Blanco County. In Johnson City, we've got 1.28 inches of rain that has fallen. This, right along North Grape Creek, is the highest that we have seen. 3.3 inches over the last 7 days, 2.95 of that falling with the storms that have moved in tonight. And as you can see, on average, it's about 1 to 2 inches with with some pockets that are 2 to 3 inches, and that's what we expect generally as this activity moves into the metro. And when you pop on the drought monitor, again, it's great to see we've got an inch plus. Hey, there's an update, 3 inches now with that North Grape Creek sensor in Blanco County. It's great to see that a lot of this rain is falling over an area that really needs it. These are the top 2 levels of drought here. Extreme drought, and then that dark red, the maroon there, that is exceptional drought. So hopefully when we get our new drought monitor update on Thursday this upcoming week, we see big improvements, and hopefully we don't have any significant flooding issues. But we'll keep a close eye on the LCRA sensors. Just kind of cool to see it here on the map on our board. We'll be watching that closely for you through the rest of this evening. All right. Head back over here. Stephanie says it's been pouring for a while now in Leander. For any of you guys with those personal weather stations, if you've got rainfall reports as far as how much you've seen, again, we would love to see those reports. Oh, look at this. They did issue a flash flood warning for Bexar County down in San Antonio. This is not in our area, but just to show you. That will be the concern through tonight. If some of that moves into maybe Hays County or Caldwell County, some of those areas already a little bit saturated from rain over the past week or so. Can't rule out some flash flood warnings of our own. I'm going to read the text of this warning. They're saying, they've got 1 to 3 inches that has fallen, and additional amounts 1 to 2 possible. Here locally, though, as of now, we do not have any warnings. We do have some flood advisories, though, for minor flooding. Oh, let's see. It is now 2 a.m., so our severe thunderstorm watch has been allowed to expire. That only included 2 of our counties. It included Gillespie and Blanco, but that has been allowed to expire. And then just at 2:05, just a few moments ago, they issued that flash flood warning for Bexar County in the San Antonio area. Yet that area has a solid 1 to 3. We do have some of those totals, many of those totals across our hill country here in the KVUE area as well, just to show you some of those numbers as far as the radar estimates. Again, I showed you the rain gauges. The gauges obviously in a certain spot, so not necessarily representative of where the absolute highest totals have been, but there's a radar estimate of about 4 inches there over northern Gillespie County, southern Llano County, 2.7, 3.1. Yep, we were thinking a widespread 3 to 6 this weekend, and we are well on our way here with just this first round. Now, we could have additional rain that develops through the day tomorrow and then again on Mother's Day. But this is kind of kicking off our flood risk, and hopefully we make it through tonight without any major issues. But even if that's the case, most of us are going to be saturated based on this first round. So if we get another heavy round, then that's something that we're going to have to watch carefully as well. Emily says, at least we don't have any tornado warnings. I'm with you. Yep, this is not a tornado deal tonight. It is a heavy rain threat that we are watching. And we certainly have that now across the metro. Let's switch up our Skycam. I've got the roof cam here at KVUE. Let's go downtown. It's raining all right. Let's see what Round Rock is doing. Yep, that is a wet night there in Williamson County from our Kalahari Resort camera. The Round Rock Express had a game tonight. They wrapped it up early. During our 10 o'clock newscast, they had the fireworks going on there. Glad they were able to get that done ahead of all this rain coming in. Emily, very loud over here in North Austin, Avery Ranch, and Palmer area. Lindsay is watching in Thrall, says can hear the thunder. Mark is watching in New Braunfels. Yeah, a note from Kim on her digital team. If you do have any weather pictures, you can send them to us on the KVUE app using the Near Me feature. It's on the bottom right of the app. You can upload your picture, and if you do that, we'll be able to pop it on here to the stream. Steven says, Riverside and Grove area pouring down hard. That is mainly the story. Again, it's nothing too crazy going on across the metro right now. We've got lightning, we've got loud thunder. There could be some minor flooding. Actually, let's check in with our ATX flood site and make sure we don't have any low water crossings that are popping up. But there could be some minor flooding across the metro, some creeks and streams we'll watch, but nothing major as of now. We do not have any flash flood warnings for any part of our KVUE area. ATX floods, understandably, a little slow tonight. They redesigned the website, and I'm a huge fan of ATX floods in general, but I feel like the new version of the website is not. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're loaded back in. Yep, still just showing 2 crossings that are closed, and those had already been closed. So we're doing just fine as of now. Gene is watching at San Marcos and is getting lightning. San Marcos has been just dodging every round of storms. Won't dodge this one, though. This is heavy rain near New Braunfels. You can see all of this is going to be working into Hayes County. Now we need to watch this batch. This is kind of slow moving, really heavy stuff here just to our south. So especially Hayes County, San Marcos, into Caldwell County. We've got to watch that flood potential, especially if we get this kind of leading edge to slow down and we get more of that that more south to north training motion rather than just this thing moving away to the east. That's when we get into a bit more of a flooding concern. But for now, just minor flooding that is possible. Hey, real quick on the topic of flooding, I'm going to hand things off real quick just to show you our Malia Masamoto did a report. Let me see if I still have this pulled up. Yeah, our Malia Masamoto did a report earlier today talking about the city getting out and taking care of some of the culverts. I know I walk around my neighborhood and, you know, there's debris and limbs and all that stuff. They were working on getting all that cleared out earlier today. Let me play this piece for you real quick just to check out some of the work the city has done.
Emergency crews gearing up for a potential flooding response this weekend.
Yeah, KVUE's Malia Masamoto is live at Fire Station 31 in West Austin. Malia, first responders say they have plans in place for this weekend of heavy rainfall.
Yeah, that's right, Brian and Ashley. Austin Travis County EMS is deploying 2 local boat crews, and then they're sending 1 to South Texas to prepare for these flood responses this weekend. Austin Fire Department is also preparing an additional boat team that's going to start at 8 p.m. tonight. Now, ATC EMS's Swiftwater boat team has been training on Lake Austin earlier this week for the storms. The rescue paramedics on the team are a combination of volunteers on their days off and people currently on duty. For each local boat, they will have 1 driver and 1 bowman. The Swiftwater boat squad that they sent to South Texas also has 2 boats with a team of 2 boat operators, 2 bowmen, and a squad leader. And even though EMS will be fully prepared for all the rescues, they encourage people to exercise extreme caution this weekend so they don't have to rescue them.
If the roadway is covered with water, please don't drive on it. It's very deceiving just by appearances, and so we want you to turn around, don't drown, as we say. Use extreme caution, pay attention to your surroundings and the weather.
AFD also has similar plans. They will have up to 5 boats ready with 20 Swiftwater trained personnel staff for the weekend. 4 of those boats will be from their normal resources, and the other will be from callback personnel. Now, the main message of these emergency crews is turn around, don't drown. So if you see water on a roadway, no matter how shallow you think it is, don't risk it and stay safe out there this weekend. Back to you.
Good advice. That's Malia Masamoto reporting live for us.
Yeah, so just wanted to show you guys that. Again, the EMS crews, county folks, everybody getting ready here. I'm restarting one of my Max computers right now. Same computer was not loading in some of that new data, so we'll switch over to Max 2 here for a moment. Check my alerts here as we've got another ding. Interesting. Okay, strong storm advisory coming in for western Caldwell, southeastern Hayes. So this is going to be a strong storm. This is likely going to be wind potentially. Wind gust up to 50 possible and half-inch hail. I say tracking a strong thunderstorm along a line extending from near Canyon Lake to St. Hedwig's Hill, moving northeast at 45, wind gust up to 50, and half-inch hail. So it's not a tremendous severe weather concern tonight, but some gusty winds, that's going to be kind of the main thing that I'm watching. And just to show you the area that they were kind of honing in on, it's down here in Hayes County. So in this kind of zone in here, we could have some gusty winds. Top in on the velocity actually. Tough to see, but you know, again, there could be some gusty winds in here. It's not a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is a strong storm advisory. So like the flood advisory, that's a step down below the warning, but could have some gusty winds and maybe a little hail in there. Yeah, we're picking up on some kind of small hail down here near the Schertz area. That could impact New Braunfels, but this is not any sort of significant hail. This is mainly a severe weather deal, a heavy rain deal rather than a severe weather concern. But we've got plenty of that heavy rain coming in right now across the metro. Here we go. So this computer is picking up on the flood advisory, which goes until 5 a.m. for Blanco, Hayes, Travis, and Williamson, as we have more heavy rain on the way for this area. Okay, looks like my computer is cycled back up. Let's get logged back in. And again, we appreciate everybody sending in their reports. It is very helpful to us. In fact, I got a report here coming up on Twitter. Oh, we got a rain gauge. Brittany Gonzalez has 0.6 inches in just the last hour in southwest Travis, bordering Dripping Springs. Let me try and show this to you. All right, here we go. Again, I apologize. I know this isn't the most elegant thing. Brittany Gonzalez sending this in 0.6 inches of rain in the last hour, southwest Travis. There's the old rain gauge. Yeah, if you guys have any rain gauge pictures, we would really love seeing them through the rest of this evening. Hey, check this out. This is Round Rock right now with more heavy rain and lightning. All right, we're logged back in. Let's get the Max computer fired back up here. Linda says it was raining hard and dripping with lightning, and it has just stopped. Yeah, it looks like you're getting back into some slightly drier stuff in Dripping Springs right now. Say drier, lighter would be the better way. It's certainly not dry, but the rain a little bit lighter there. And again, here's the situation across Hayes County and the Austin Metro. We have a flood advisory that's in effect until 5 a.m. So they issue the flood advisory when you've had, say, 1 to 3 inches of rain that's fallen and a couple more inches are possible. This is where, creeks, streams, small-scale street flooding will be possible, but it's not for significant flooding. Flash flood warning would be the upgrade from this. All right, I believe we're back in business over here on my end. We are. All technology is the same. If you just restart it most of the time, it's I say that I spoke too soon. All right, we might be sticking to Max 2 here for a while. April says heavy rain just came into Manor with loud thunder. While this computer loads, let's head back over to I apologize, guys. I'm having a few technical issues here. Colleen says, just started pouring rain in Taylor. All right, there we go. We're get things situated with our weather computers over here. Here's our big big complex of storms moving in. There's a flash flood warning for San Antonio. So far, No flash flood warnings for us, although we certainly can't guarantee that that will be the case through tonight. You can see the accumulations, a widespread 1 to 3. We have some pockets of 2 to 4 inches of rain, and that's the type of stuff that is heading into the metro right now. All right, let's see if our Weather One computer has decided to behave a little bit better. Uh-oh, fingers crossed. Let's go, we're back. Back and better than ever. Okay. All right, we're back on Max 1 after a quick 10-minute detour. Again, our flood advisory for minor flooding continues until 5 a.m. South Manchaca, pretty heavy rain. I believe it. Let's head on over to our LCRA numbers here on the big board, and we'll track some of this for you. Let's see, we are now over 3 inches here on North Grape Creek in Blanco County. We do have some inch-plus totals now popping up over Travis County. This one here in Laga Vista, now 1.02. We've got a 1.45. This is going to be 6 miles west of Lakeway. And then getting into more of the immediate metro, here's one. Williamson Creek at Silver Mine. That is 0.84. One in the city has 0.44 inches of rain now. So I think this is going to add up to a pretty quick 1 to 3 across much of the metro. And as you get into Wimberley and Driftwood and Dripping Springs, these totals, again, are 1 to 2 inches. So this zone could have some minor flooding ongoing, but none of this is a flash flood warning criteria, at least not right now. The biggest one that we have is this, North Grape Creek, 3.02 inches of rainfall right now. And we'll be watching these totals for you. But when you toggle on the drought monitor, again, you see how it's just great to have rain, especially non-serious flooding rain in this part of Gillespie County and Blanco County, just because it's top-level exceptional drought. That includes Fredericksburg and into Blanco, and these areas have had 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. And then even outside of that, that's the second highest level extreme drought, and just about all of that area also has 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. Austin right now is just in abnormally dry conditions. That's probably going to be wiped out in the next update with this rain coming in. And hopefully we get some more improvements so we can push all of this out of Travis County as well. And beyond that, hopefully we can get some of this flowing into our Highland Lake system and help with our lake levels. Lake Travis still only about 46% full right now. I'll get you back to the radar here. Casey says, hail and Kyle. Okay, let's get in on the hail tracker. We'll get down here towards Kyle. Let's see. Looks like Milam County now has a flood advisory also. Yeah, you know what? There's that little hail core that a few minutes ago passed near Kyle. Are you still getting hail? Looks like that is weakened, and there's a new little hail core up closer to Lockhart. Kim is tagging me in a tweet. Let's see what we have here from Travis County. Yeah, possibly some small hail just south of Manor. Yeah, there we go. Let's get zoomed in on that as well. Again, we're talking, like pea-sized hail here, pocket change size. This is not, anything significant, but there along the 130 toll in Manor could have a little bit of hail that is developing there. Mainly though, just a heavy rain risk. Also over Hayes County, I can't rule out some gusty winds too. Could be 40 to 50. But all of this is under severe limits. Anybody else got reports to pass along? Heavy rain, hail, what are you guys seeing out there? We had Brittany Gonzalez earlier say 0.6 inches in her rain gauge in southwest Travis, and that happened in just about an hour's time. Checking in with the Twitter notifications as well, making sure we don't miss anything. Looks like we're in pretty good shape. Again, if you guys have questions, anything, just fire away. If you want to forecast for your neighborhood, we'll try and get it answered for you. Let's do this. I want to show you all the flood advisories. This graphic can get a little crowded sometimes. Let's do this. Let's back it out. I'm going to turn that part off, and let's just turn the radar off here for a moment. So you can see all of the flood advisories, which are highlighted in the green here. We have one that includes all of the metro, all of Travis County, into Hayes County, southern Burnett County, Blanco County, and then northeastern Gillespie County and Delano County, all included in a flood advisory for minor flooding. And then we have another one that includes Cameron and all of Milam County. All for minor flooding, 1 to 3 inches of rain, another inch or two possible, especially watching the creeks and streams and that sort of deal. Yeah, seeing a few flooding reports coming out of the San Antonio metro. That is where there's, again, a flash flood warning that has been issued. The flooding situation a little bit more serious, but now that same batch of heavy rain is coming into Hayes County, so that's going to be the zone to watch. Hayes County into Caldwell County, into southern Travis County. That's going to be my zone to watch here over the next hour or so. Let's go with the storm reports, though. And here's going to be that flooding report on the north side of San Antonio. Numerous closed roads and low water crossings. Yeah, that's the situation there in San Antonio. I'm watching ATX floods as well. All right, we've got some UGC coming in. Let's go. User generated content. Let's refresh the Near Me feature. I'm not seeing it yet, Kim. I'm refreshing. Let's go today. Oh, here we go. I got it. Let's see. Okay, let me punch this up for you guys as we've got some reports coming in. This is going to be Summit Bend. Thank you to Matthew Rose, who sent in this using the Near Me feature. All right, we'll punch this up. Here it is. Again, this looks like we got about a minute of video here, courtesy of Matthew Rose, the Summit Bend area. Matthew, I love the vibe in the yard there with the colored lights still up. But we've got heavy rain and lightning there. And this is the scene across just about the entire metro right now. As we've got heavy rain, lightning, some minor flooding, but nothing is severe. We don't have any flash flood warnings. We have just the flood advisories for minor flooding. But thank you to Matthew for sending this in. We'll let the video play through here. We've got another 30 seconds or so. Again, this is using the Near Me feature on the KVUE app. So Kim, our digital director, is watching it like a hawk. And as soon as you submit something, we'll get it approved, and then we can show it right here on the stream. All right, let's take you back out to, thank you, Matthew. Let's take you back out to Round Rock. I saw a big flash of lightning here just a few moments ago in the Round Rock area. And let's focus in on the radar for Round Rock also. Heavy rain around Lakeline Mall into Round Rock proper. This is some really heavy stuff out around the Austin Executive Airport, Pflugerville, and the Manor area. This is the spot where we were watching that hail potential earlier. Still maybe a little bit of very small hail there near Manor. Not severe type hail, again, significantly less than quarter size. I'll watch the hail potential of some of this stuff too. Yeah, maybe some small hail in here over Caldwell County. Between Maxwell and Mustang Ridge. In fact, this is kind of a new heavy downpour. Let's watch this zone as we've got a new heavy rain coming together, moving into South Travis, Caldwell, Hayes County. Again, just as some of the accumulations start to ramp up in this area. Look at some of this around the Wimberley area. Radar estimate 2.3, 2.6, 3 inch. We are watching the river levels too. Again, everything is still in good shape, but just to show you that we are keeping an eye on things. And we'll continue to do so through tonight. I can't rule out some small creeks and streams getting a little bit swollen right now, so that will be that'll be something that if you guys see it and you can safely let us know, just to report, just to show you some of the stuff we're looking at here. I went in and added all the creeks and streams, so you can see how much rain has fallen here recently. A lot of this down around the Blanco River. But we're still in the green, so still not seeing any flooding or anything there, and all of our sensors are still in the green. But this corridor here, we're still looking at 2 to maybe 5 inches of rain on the high end there in that little corridor from southern Llano County, northeastern Gillespie, now into parts of Blanco County. And it is still raining. Not as heavy as before, but that is still a steady rain. And hey, if we can keep just kind of steady rain without big flooding issues going, and we just get a couple of inches of rain out there over Gillespie and Blanco County, that would be fantastic news with these areas experiencing top-level drought. So far, things verifying pretty well. We're thinking a pretty widespread 3 to 6 inches of rain over the course of the weekend. Many areas picking up a quick 2 to 3 inches tonight. And then if we get another inch or two with some additional rain over the rest of the weekend, that would have us safely in that 3 to 6 inch range. I always have, does anybody else seem to never have their phone fully charged and also none of your charging cables work? Because that's the situation that I seem to always be in. My phone's on 5%. Here, I'm going to put this up real quick. I'm going to keep talking. I got to run back into the office real quick and grab another charging cable. But you can see that heavy rain across the I-35 corridor, and now actually starting to push a little bit farther east as well. So into the coastal plains, we're going to be getting in on some of this as the heavy rain shifts eastward through the overnight hours and takes that risk for potentially some localized flooding eastward with it. All right, we're back in the studio. See if we can get this phone charged up. All right, now we're charging. Let's go. We're going to get above 10%. All right, let's see if we have any questions, reports, anything you guys want us to talk about. Zoe says lightning and rain just started in Lockhart, lots of lightning and wind. Audrey says raining hard in San Marcos. Joseph wants to see the future cast. Absolutely. So, yeah, a lot of those areas in Hayes County and now into Caldwell County getting heavy rain and the threat for some minor flooding. Here's future view. I'll take this full for you, Joe. And it's showing that here in the next hour or so, we've got heavy rain across much of the metro I-35 corridor and still back across the hill country too. Here is 7 a.m. At that point, a lot of the heavy rain is likely focused east of the I-35 corridor. I still think the first half of the day is looking pretty wet, but by the afternoon and evening tomorrow, I think we get into a little bit of a lull. Now, I do expect more rain to develop on Mother's Day. So to give you kind of another perspective, this is the longer range version of our high-res model. It's got the rain into tomorrow morning, a little bit of a lull, some drier weather tomorrow evening. That's looking quieter. But then we go into Mother's Day on Sunday, and we have more rain moving in. This is not going to be rain where it's just pouring rain all day long, but this could bring the additional threat for some flooding, especially because after tonight, we're all going to be saturated when we've got, widespread 1 to 4 inches of rain. So if we get more heavy rain on top of that, that could kind of reintroduce some flooding issues. So we get kind of the cumulative effect through the whole weekend. Our flood watch goes until 8 p.m. Saturday evening. I want to say tomorrow. I guess it is Saturday now. 8 p.m. Saturday evening, although it's, I would say, pretty likely that that gets extended. Hailing in Kyle right now. Okay, let's get zoomed in on Hayes County. See if we can find some hail in there. Yep, there's still a little bit of hail. This is nothing that's, severe hail. Technically, to be a severe storm, you need hail of a quarter size or larger. This is not that. Okay, here's an update. They say strong storm advisory for this section of the storm that's going to be moving into, for this Cedar Creek storm, where we have some hail. Hail that's going to be smaller than quarter size, but half-inch hail is what they're tracking, and also some gusty winds. Cedar Creek, that could head up towards Garfield as that's kind of expanding up northward. So some pockets of stronger storms here, some small hail, some gusty winds, in addition to the heavy rain threat right now across the metro. And it looks like we have some more viewer footage coming in. Let me go back here and refresh and see what kind of reports we have coming in. And again, using the Near Me feature on our app, you can send in reports to us, and we really appreciate that. All right, let's refresh this. Kim, I'm still only seeing the one from earlier. Might be a situation where it takes a little while for it to pop up. We'll check back in with that here in a moment. Gene says still pouring rain. Yeah, let's check in with some of the radar estimated accumulations here across the metro, and they're starting to add up. Some of the heaviest stuff along the I-35 corridors in Hayes County near Wimberley. But here over Travis, we've got 1 inch of rain, 1.5. Up here just south of Round Rock, 1.9. 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.5. You get the idea. Many pockets already getting in that 1 to 3 inch range, which is enough for some minor flooding. And still we have heavy rain that is falling for some of these areas. And that is why we have the flood advisories for minor flooding potential. Yeah, I'm looking here at the, let's pop back over to our LCRA hydromet, where we're seeing these totals come up across the metro. So we'll go over here to this angle and give me a second to walk over there, as now we're starting to get quite a few 1 inch plus totals across the metro with our LCRA hydromet sensors here. So all the yellow boxes, those are going to be totals that are 1 inch plus. As you can see, we've got anywhere from 1 inch to 1.1 inches here. Look at this up near Wells Branch, 1.4 inches of rain over far northern Travis County. And then as you get back out here into western Travis, 1.53 inches, 6 miles west of Lakeway. And then the reporting site there in Laga Vista has got 1.1 inches of rain. And we're still watching a lot of these sensors back over Blanco County, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. This one has over 3 inches of rainfall. Similar deal back over Gillespie County, 1 to 2 inches widespread. 1 to 2 inches plus over southern Llano County. Into southern Burnett County, we're looking at about 3/4 of an inch. And now we're getting into some of these heavier totals into Travis. And then again, we're watching here around Wimberley, Dripping 5 miles south-southwest of Dripping Springs. We've got 1.7. Here towards Henley, 1.77 inches of rain. Some of the radar estimates outside of these gauge reports are up closer to 3 inches plus around Dripping Springs and around Wimberley and Driftwood. So much of Hayes County, and I know San Marcos and Hayes County, you've been kind of missing out on storms with these last few rounds, finally getting some heavy rain. Areas that really need it, given the drought conditions out there. So we'll keep in touch with the LCRA hydromet data through the rest of tonight as those totals continue to add up. And I'm still hearing thunder here at the TV station. Emily is asking, do we have more storms next week? I do think we could have some storms on Monday, but generally next week is looking much drier than this week. Let's switch up the Skycam view. Let's go downtown. Here's our downtown view. Lightning and still raining there for sure. And also we could have some wind and some small hail in a few of these pockets of storms. Nothing is close to severe right now, but we've had some reports of some small hail from a few of you to go along with some pockets of gusty winds. And now we are seeing some of this heavier stuff move into Bastrop County. Near Cedar Creek, again, that's where the storm is a little bit stronger with some hail potential there. But this is bringing heavy rain into Cedar Creek now. And look at this zone from Buda down to Lockhart, where more heavy rain is developing and expanding into southern Travis. We'll have to watch that again for maybe a little increase in some of the flood potential there. Just some of the areas that get the training of thunderstorms moving from south to north, where you get a prolonged period of heavy rain. Our weather computer is still not happy. Still being a little bit slow. All right, guys, any final questions here? I think what we're going to do, we've got Shane and Grace who are coming in at 3. I think I'm going to get you back to the radar loop here for a little while, and then we'll kind of hand things off, and Shane and Grace will take things through the rest of tonight. So if you got any last-minute questions, fire away. If not, I'm going to end this broadcast, but we will have future broadcasts later on this evening. Claudia, why is it raining so much? We've got an upper level storm coming in. It's bringing us some moisture out of the Pacific. We also have very high humidity today. Gulf coming up out of the Gulf of Mexico. So we've got a lot of moisture content across the area, and we've got this slow moving upper level storm. And essentially that is why we're getting so much rain. Okay, I'm going to end the stream for now. I'm going to restart some of our weather computers and hopefully get these things a little happier. And again, Shane Hinton and Grace Thornton are on the way, and they will have you updated through the rest of this evening. And I'll check in with you guys later on this evening as well. Have a good night and stay safe out there.
Hello everyone. We are streaming this morning because we have a flash flood warning that was issued for a portion of our counties. This is over here in Fayette County and portions of Bastrop County as well as Caldwell County this morning. This is going to be issued for a while. Flash flood warnings are usually a couple of hours long. So this one is going to be until, let's see here, till 11 a.m. this morning, because we are seeing plenty of rain this morning, obviously, or probably has woken you up already. This is now kind of nodding off to the east a little bit, over towards Fayette County, those kind of areas, and it's kind of stalling out and slowing down, which gives way to a higher flood threat there. So let's zoom in and let's kind of actually bring up our accumulations thus far this morning. It looks like down here in Fayette County towards Welder and Luling, Lockhart, you guys are seeing potentially upwards of 3 inches of rainfall already this morning. Let's take this bowl, I believe. There we go. And let's kind of look around here just for a second and see what exactly we're seeing, what these radar estimated totals are. Around 2 inches, maybe a little bit above that, probably some pockets of nearing 3 inches. There we have 2.9 over here in Fayette County. And right now our radar is showing that those storms are continuing kind of along that same path over towards our coastal plain areas. Let's go back to our radar real quick and kind of zoom out a little bit so you can see the entirety of that flash flood warning. This is going to continue until 11 a.m. this morning. Shane is also in the studio with me this morning. We can hear you typing away on there on your mic.
I'm working very hard to make sure that we are.
I'll turn his mic off for now. But yeah, so we have this flash flood warning. So what you're going to want to be aware of with a flash flood warning is obviously this is extending for a few more hours here until 11 a.m. like I said. But with flash flood warnings, you're just going to want to be aware of your surroundings for as much time as possible, well, until it is going to expire, because with these heavy downpours that we're seeing over this area, it's very possible that river and riverbeds will rise pretty quickly and potentially give way to some problems for people. Hello, is my mic up now? Okay. Can everybody hear me? All right. I think they can. Looks good to me. All right, so let's go around here. You can see kind of those heaviest accumulations or the heaviest rainfall for the moment is up here towards Shiner and out there towards Gonzales, which is a little bit south, but for our area completely, you can see that it's really just clipping those southern areas of Fayette County and Caldwell County, as well as Bastrop County too. Bastrop County as well as Caldwell County, you guys are really just a sliver in here. Honestly, just some light rainfall out towards the eastern areas of both of these counties. That's Caldwell and Bastrop County. However, the heaviest rainfall, or the heavier, even moderate rainfall, even towards Fayette County here, is going to be on that south and western side. So Cistern, Stellar, Colony. Let's try and get some road names to populate here just so you can kind of understand what neighborhoods are going to be under this flash flood warning for this morning. This is going to go until 11 a.m. like I said. So Father Anders Loop, it's going to be 95. Pretty rural area. Flatonia, Muldoon, you guys are included in this as well. even portions of I-10 in Fayette County will be included in this as well. So Flatonia, like I said, you guys are experiencing some moderate rainfall right now. A lot of the heavier stuff is out towards or moving towards areas of Schulenburg and even east of LaGrange at the moment. I'm gonna hop on my Facebook and see if you guys have any questions thus far. Don't see anything. Don't see anything here. Do you see anything on the Facebook, Shane? So let's look at exactly what we are dealing with the flash flood warning. Again, this is until 11 a.m. And let's kind of read off what the National Weather Service has for this. Like I was saying, it's really for a very small portion of our area, but just so you guys are aware this morning that obviously there's still a good amount of heavy rain out there, and it's going to be continuing for the next several hours as we are expecting this line of showers and storms to kind of stall out there. You can see on the back half of towards Austin, Dripping Springs, San Marcos, Buda, Bastrop, Round Rock, Georgetown, all of you guys are dealing with light to even moderate rain at this time. However, the heaviest stuff that is going to remain off to the eastern side here, and that is where we are also seeing our greatest flood risk for the day today. I want to pull up our flood outlook for Saturday. You can see that the moderate risk is just clipping the areas of Fayette County as well. The rest of our area towards Austin, as well as Hayes County, Bastrop County, Caldwell County, Lee County, most of the I-35 corridor there, and points to the north and east. You guys are going to be under that slight risk. Areas like Lee County, as well as maybe even extending up to Milam County and down towards Luling and those eastern portions of Bastrop County. You guys could also be in the potential for some of that flooding as we continue through the rest of the morning here, but we really just want to hone in on those southern portions of Fayette County, which we are on here because of the flash flood warning that you guys are under at the current moment. And again, that's going to last until 11 a.m. this morning. I'm going to try and get back on my Facebook to see if there's anybody.
I will actually start the Facebook Live. We're on
a
couple of our other
platforms,
just
streaming.
But that's okay.
Okay.
Let's pull this full for now.
We're just going to continue to track this rain. I'm not seeing anything else really but rain at the moment. There were some breezy winds as the line of storms here is going to kind of start to push into those eastern areas. We could even see the National Weather Service had a strong storm warning for this storm moving in Fayette County there. Could be producing some very small hail as well as some gusty winds. You can even see down there some very small indications of hail down to the south of Yoakum. Let's start to move back up towards the Fayette County area just to continue to watch here. Really just some moderate to even heavy amounts of rain continuing and are expected to continue in this area for some time. I'll zoom out a little bit. You can see this line of storms. I'll map it out for you. That's continuing right here. This is kind of our first round of rain that we're going to be experiencing for the day today. However, we are going to see additional rounds of rain towards these southeastern points for the rest of the day today, or at least through probably about 2 or 3 this afternoon. And these areas with the ongoing, rounds of rain, they are going to probably stay in a higher risk potential for those floods, as I just kind of mapped out with that flood risk that the National Weather Service puts out that I just showed. Let's try and get this off of there. And so we'll zoom back in. A majority of the rain is to the south of this area, so areas in Fayette County, really just seeing moderate to even some portions of very, we'll say pockets of heavy rain in some spots. Flatonia, down to the south as well. But the majority of the flash flood warning is going to be for those southern counties extending towards San Antonio, and really just clipping that area of southern Fayette County and those areas of Caldwell County as well as Bastrop County to the very, very east. Not seeing too much heavy rain in Caldwell or Bastrop, besides some just very small pockets of isolated rain there. All right, I think we have our Facebook Live pulled up, and if anybody is online here, let me know what you're thinking about and what you want to know for the rest of the morning here. 5:20 a.m. People starting to wake up. Very early risers on Saturday morning. Good morning, good morning. Got 6 of you out there. I've got pulled up our radar here. So if you are in Travis County, extending through Williamson County, I-35 corridor, even points to the west, you guys are just experiencing some light to moderate rain at the current moment, but nothing for you guys to worry about. This flash flood warning is for the very, very south and east points of our viewing area. So this is just for Fayette County, Bastrop County, as well as Caldwell County. This is going to extend until 11 a.m. this morning. And it's carrying some heavy rain, but you can see that most of that is extending off to the well east, kind of towards that I-10 area, extending towards Schulenburg, Ammonsville, Muldoon, you guys are included in this. Cistern, you guys are included in this. Flatonia, you guys are included in this. So you just want to be weather aware for the rest of the morning, well, really until 11 a.m. that you could be seeing the potential for flash flood problems. 19 of you on there. Good morning. No comments yet. Anybody have any questions? I also have meteorologist Shane Hinton in the studio this morning, helping me out.
That's right, and we are continuing to monitor all the scattered showers and storms that Grace was mentioning earlier. Right now, the main area of concern, of immediate concern, as she's been saying, is portions of the coastal plains, specifically portions of Bastrop, Caldwell, and Fayette counties, just due to the fact that we have seen anywhere from the National Weather Service reporting that we've seen anywhere from 2 to 5 inches of rain that has already fallen, with another 2 to 3 inches possible within that warning time frame. So this is going to be something that we are mentioning, or going to be keeping an eye on throughout the rest of the morning. Like I said, this is in effect until 11 a.m. Grace had mentioned how typically these flash flood warnings don't last as long, but this one does have quite a bit of length to it because we are still tracking multiple rounds of rain. The heaviest rain does look like it is pushing through Fayette County right now, and as I take a look at just some of the rain totals off screen that I'm seeing from the LCRA rain gauges, I'm seeing some pretty healthy rainfall totals ranging anywhere from 8/10 of an inch to almost 2 inches. This is near the Cedar Creek area is where I'm seeing almost 2 inches of rain. Over an inch in Garfield, nearly a little over, 1.3 inches in Rosanke, 1.6 inches just north of Muldoon, and just over 6/10 of an inch in LaGrange. So once again, this is something that we're going to be monitoring not only for this area. This is the immediate area that's under the warning, but we do have that flood risk for the rest of the morning as well. In fact, in regards to the Weather Prediction Center, they have placed portions of Fayette County, really the southern half of Fayette County, under that level 3 out of 4 risk for flooding later today, with the I-35 corridor and rest of the coastal plains under a level 2 out of 4 slight risk, and our hill country counties are going to be under that level 1 marginal risk. So if you're just waking up with us, if you're just tuning in to the Facebook Live, or maybe you're streaming on KVUE Plus or YouTube TV, this is the flash flood warning that we've been talking about. It was issued at 4:57 this morning and will be in effect until 11 o'clock Saturday morning. This is all due to that upper level disturbance that's continuing to bring pretty widespread showers, some heavy storms to central Texas. If you haven't seen the lightning, if you haven't heard the thunder, well, Grace, I'm sure we can agree there's quite a bit of that out there.
Yes, it is definitely pretty active, or was very active in Austin here this morning. Most of that activity, as you can see on the radar, is moving eastward, and that's where we find that flash flood warning that we're continuing to cover. We've got a couple comments here on our Facebook feed. How long is this going to last this morning? This is going to last until 11 a.m., Chris, so a few more hours here. A good extent of the morning, because down here towards these southern areas of Fayette County, that is where we are going to see our kind of greatest flood risk for the rest of the day. You can see as I pull up the flood outlook here, they are under a moderate, so level 3 out of 4 for flood risk today, and that'll continue throughout the day on Saturday, like I said. Had some insane lightning, thunder near I-35. Yep. Will there be any hail? Let's take a look back at our radar here and turn on our hail predictor. For the moment, I'm not seeing much in the way of hail with the stronger storms that's moving towards Hallettsville right now, and the one that is kind of moving through that flash flood warning as well. So no hail in there, but this storm was actually noted as a strong storm from the National Weather Service a little bit earlier, and they did note that maybe you could see some very small hail within it. So potential for a little bit of small hail, definitely some rumbles of thunder and some lightning out there as this starts to push onward, kind of outside of that flash flood warning now. But just because there is no rain during the flash flood warning doesn't mean that there won't be another round of rain. We're still kind of awaiting another round of rain to be incoming a little bit later on this morning, as the stronger storms start to weaken a little bit and move on eastward.
And in regards to some of the areas that have already seen flooding, maybe even outside of the flash flooding warning zone, it's going to be very important that you continue to avoid any minor ponding or flooding on the roadways. In fact, we're getting reports here at Cameron Road near East Palmer Lane in northeast Austin, as reports of water over the road. As I take a little bit, let me kind of refresh here to take a quick look at some of those other crossings. We have the low water crossing at 3523 McNeil Drive that is currently closed. That was started to be closed at 2:56 this morning, and then also at Waters Park Road out at 12400 Waters Park Road, excuse me, was closed at 3:08 this morning. And if you are waking up, if you are hearing that rain, seeing the lightning, maybe even if you do end up getting or receiving any hail, please feel free to safely take any weather pictures or videos and send them to us. we would absolutely love to have you help us tell the weather story. You can submit those weather pictures or videos through the KVUE app by using the Near Me section. It'll be located on the bottom right-hand corner of the app. But we absolutely love it when our viewers help us kind of be our eyes in the sky and eyes in the field.
Yep. Looking on our Facebook, we would have got questions about Leander, how much rain they got this morning. Looks like under an inch for at least our radar estimated totals here. Up towards Liberty Hill, a little bit more, and to the east of Leander, it looks like about over an inch of rainfall as well. You're still dealing with some pockets of moderate rain at the moment. That should be dying down as we kind of get into the rest of the morning here, as well as towards the afternoon. I want to ask though, does anybody have any questions about flash flood warnings? And I do have Natalia asking about our second round this morning, so I'll actually pull up not our radar, our future clouds and rain, so you can kind of see what else we're expecting, because the models have shifted just a slight amount. We were kind of seeing beforehand, even last night, that kind of second round coming up from the south, but it kind of looks like now we may not be seeing that as we head through the rest of the day. We'll start with 5:30 a.m. getting into the 6 a.m. hour. You can see those pockets of heavy rainfall still off to the far east here, and some of that more widespread rainfall in places like Georgetown and Williamson County kind of nodding off a little bit. You will note that towards the later hours of this morning, most of that rainfall is staying off to the east. That is another reason, why that flash flood warning is where it is, to the south and east towards Fayette County and extending into portions of Bastrop and Caldwell County, because those are the areas at highest risk for flooding today. As you can see, really the rain is going to stick there all day today, or at least into the early afternoon hours. Then it looks like we're going to start to dry out kind of towards extending towards dinner time tonight. Let's go back to our radar, and if you guys don't have any more questions.
I'm seeing one question. Mira or Myra, Miss Mendoza, let me answer your question. You're saying Central and South Austin. If you're tuning in from there and you're curious about how much rain you have already received, I'm looking at some of the hydromet data from LCRA, and there's a pretty large difference in kind of rainfall totals across Travis County as a whole. In some portions of Central Austin, I'm seeing anywhere from almost 7/10 of an inch to almost 1.5 inches. To portions of North Austin, which got just shy of 2 inches, and then just in South Austin, I saw that one that got under 1/4 of an inch. So it's very hit or miss with some of those inch rainfall totals. But if you are located in Central Austin, that is what some of the rainfall totals I'm seeing.
Reports from our reporters out there in the field that lightning is confirmed. There's a lot of lightning out there, and we can definitely see that on our radar as well. Those rumbles of thunder hopefully starting to kind of move on through the area. A lot of the KVUE viewing area is now just kind of noting mostly moderate to even light rainfall. But we're hopping on here to really highlight the flash flood warning that is in those that small corner of Fayette County. So 95, where 95 meets I-10. If you are in that area towards Flatonia, Cistern, and then extending to points kind of south and west of there, you guys are under this flash flood warning. This is going to extend until 11 a.m. this morning. We've said that a couple of times. Just want to reiterate that flash flood warnings do go for a little while. So this is going to go until 11 a.m. And you can see some of the cities here: Floresville, Gonzales, Yoakum, and this includes also DeWitt County, Gonzales, Karnes, and Wilson County as well. because those are the areas that are going to see continuous rainfall for kind of the rest of the morning and potentially into this afternoon. So essentially a higher risk there.
And another reason is, as Grace has been mentioning where the higher risk is, it's worth noting that we've seen, multiple rounds of rain earlier this week. And whenever you take into consideration the past 7 days, the areas that have seen the highest rainfall totals, it certainly has been mostly out in the coastal plains. And so that's why we're keeping a very close watch on our coastal plain communities, whether we're talking about the areas such as Bastrop, Caldwell, Fayette counties that are currently under the flash flood warning. I'm looking up on the LCRA website right now, getting some of their rain gauge data from the past 7 days. And some areas, the gauge in LaGrange had over 5.6 inches of rain so far this past week. So when we're talking about some of these heavier downpours, that will certainly cause some flooding concerns, and especially if that line of storms were to stall for any reason, which we're seeing some of the forecast models hinting at the possibility of for our areas east of I-35 a little bit later this morning. And we're still, even though the heaviest band of rain is pushing out east of the coastal plains, we do still have that moderate rain that's currently located along the I-35 corridor for areas such as Georgetown, Round Rock, Dripping Springs, that will also be pushing east as well, and that could be upping those rainfall totals even more.
Yeah, but it looks like those accumulations were much greater towards Central Llano, even extending down towards Gillespie County this morning and Blanco County. That line of storms that's still stronger over to the east now kind of blew through the area, giving way to a good inch or 2 inches maybe in some areas for our western areas, our western counties, and then across Austin as well. That was around 3 a.m., even 2 a.m. And then now that we're extending towards the 6 a.m. hour, now we are seeing that rain continue on the far eastern side. You can see that most of that, or really the bulk of it, has kind of moved out of our area and is continuing to move out of our area. This is moving about 25 miles per hour this morning. So just want to reiterate again, down here, this is the south side of Fayette County, so Cistern, as well as I believe it was Flatonia there, and Muldoon. You guys are included in this, and this is lasting until 11 a.m. this morning. Flash flood warning, so just be aware that there is still some moderate to heavy rain out there moving through Flatonia, and kind of some lighter and pockets of moderate rain on the back half of that as well. And while this is our first round of rain, you could also see additional rounds of rain throughout the rest of the morning and continuing on into the early afternoon, kind of at the latest. Here's a look at that flood outlook for the day on Saturday. You guys, or for the day today on Saturday, you guys are in the moderate risk. Slight risk still goes for points westward, the I-35 corridor, and then the hill country is just in a marginal risk for flooding. So just really highlighting that area of southern Fayette County, portions of LaGrange, Schulenburg, and like I said, Flatonia, Cistern. Those are areas that are currently in the flash flood warning this morning. Again, that goes until 11 a.m.
Now, I know a lot of people may even be waking up this morning, hopping onto this Facebook Live or any of our streams in order to see what the conditions are for your morning commute. I know, quite a few people still working on a Saturday morning. And if you are trying to see what the radar looks like and you are also curious about what your commute might look like, feel free to download that KVUE News app. You can track the radar with us. We also have streams going on our platform so that you can see what the forecast is looking like the entire morning. It is worth noting that I did see a couple of accidents this morning. One almost accident, and then one where on the roadways, just people just have not factored in how slick the roadways are, and I'm seeing accidents this morning. If you are to be out on the roads for any reason, if you can avoid being on the roads, I would just avoid being outside, especially if you're in the coastal plains. But if you have to commute, say on I-35 or on Mopac this morning, be mindful of any minor ponding or flooding on the roadways. Just a reminder that 6 inches of fast-moving water can knock over and carry away an adult, but 12 inches of fast-moving water can carry away a small car. We're not in the realm of 18 to 24 inches of fast-moving water, but we are tracking a few low water crossings that have been closed this morning, only about 2 or 3 at this point. Let me refresh to make 100% sure. We are not monitoring anymore. I am, let's see. I am seeing a couple new ones. Let me get the latest information on that. Yes, just a minute ago, the Little Arkansas Road at Blanco River on CR 174 in Hayes County is now closed. And then also the Middle Yegua Creek at CR 323 in Lee County was closed at around 3:30 this morning. But the latest crossing is out there in Hayes County at Little Arkansas Road at CR 174. That's out at Blanco River at 5:38. That was closed. So we are going to probably continue to see a lot of these low water crossings continue to be closed throughout the rest of the morning. So if you absolutely have to be commuting in this, just be mindful of your surroundings, have ways to get weather alerts. Our news app, our KVUE news app will send you an alert if there is a warning, an active warning or watch in your area. So just please make sure you're staying weather aware and safe, not only throughout the early hours, but through the rest of the morning, Grace.
Yeah, I got a question about how severe it is going to be for the rest of the day. Really, the greatest risk for today's event, we're just kind of honing in on that flood risk, which is why we're coming on here just to kind of highlight the flash flood warning that was just issued a little while ago and extends until 11 a.m. So let me pull up our severe outlook for the day today. Just to kind of show you guys. So the I-35 corridor and some points eastward, you guys are in that marginal risk for the day. So it's possible that a couple of strong storms could be kicked up, especially, you know, even maybe towards those afternoon hours. We could still see some of those lingering kind of around. And then the slight risk is just on that kind of eastern portion of Fayette County as well. But you will see that the flood risk for our Saturday is much greater, especially towards Fayette County and those southeast points of our KVUE viewing area here. So we really are kind of the overarching storyline here is about the flooding mostly, and not really about the severe risk for our storms. We are seeing some lightning out there. We saw some small hail from our storms that are still ongoing this morning, but as we head into the rest of the day here, we shouldn't see too great of a severe risk. Maybe some gusty winds within those storms that are still heading off to the east here, but on the back half of that, really just some light rain continuing over kind of the metro area at the moment. Don't see a ton more questions. Maybe about 16 of you left here. So we can probably start to wrap things up if nobody has any more questions. Again, we'll just kind of go over the forecast real quickly. For the rest of the day today, we're going to continue to see the storms. We'll zoom out a little bit. Those storms that are off to the south and east and continuing to head east out of Fayette County this morning. That may not be the last round of rain, especially for those southernmost areas like Caldwell County, Bastrop County, and Fayette County. You guys could still be seeing some additional rain as we head through the day. And again, this flash flood warning is going to continue until 11 a.m. this morning for those areas of southern Fayette County and those smaller portions of very, very eastern Bastrop County, as well as very, very eastern Caldwell County as well. So we are going to probably hop off here.
And it is worth noting that we are going to still continue to have a stream going out on our digital platforms, whether that be YouTube TV or on KVUE Plus. So feel free to hop on over those. We'll have a radar stream going throughout the rest of the morning. And then your very own Grace Thornton will be on KVUE Daybreak in just a few hours to have an updated look at your forecast.
Sounds good. All right, we'll see you guys.